It's not Manuela, is it? No. Because she doesn't have Bible eyes.
It was terrible because my head's just about in her lap when I was there the other day, and her tummy was rumbling. She said, "I'm so sorry, I haven't had lunch." I said, "Well, as long as that's the problem, because when my tummy rumbles, it's for a very different reason. I wouldn't want to be where I am right now." Because you don't make me laugh. I've got a high-speed drill.
So good morning, everyone, in the chamber and at home watching this on live stream. This is an extraordinary meeting of Invercargill City Council to discuss our long-term plan. The meeting was scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, so we have actually started it, as you obviously. However, we have heard from the mayor that he's been detained on business for 15 or 20 minutes. Given the subject, it's very important that Nobby is here when we start. So I'm going to propose that we adjourn this meeting for between 30 and 45 minutes. And I will move that. Will somebody second? Thank you, Grant.
Motion, you just declare it's adjourned.
Sorry, say that again?
You don't need a motion, you just declare it's adjourned.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I can just declare it's adjourned. Okay, thank you. So in that case, I do declare that it's adjourned. Rangi.
Well, it's purely a question around the end time of the meeting. Obviously, because we're starting later, it's going to end later. I was just hoping to be free by 2:15 or something like that. So that was all. I just thought I thought we might have had a gap, but obviously it's going to compress at the other end. And we've got the wellbeing meeting at 3. That's all.
Okay. So, no, you're right, but I don't think this needs to be a very long adjournment, but we'll assume that it's between half an hour and 45 minutes. Please tune back in again, those of you at home, in half an hour's time at 9:30. And if we are able to start at that point, we will. If it's a little later than that, it shouldn't be any more than a few minutes after that. So we will close the live stream now, and okay, well, I hope nobody's gone away. In fact, I might just take advice whether we should we start or should we take the...
Just take a brief 5-minute adjournment to do the changeover, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but I mean, if somebody has closed down for half an hour on the basis of what I'd already said. So you think we can just... Okay then, so that's fine. So look, we will just take a 5-minute adjournment while people find their seats and we can start again. So we will close down for 5 minutes and come back at 9:10. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here, and thanks, Tom, for filling in for that 30 seconds. So,
Quality 30 seconds.
the quality, yes. Bit hard to keep up with that standard. So welcome for those who are listening on live stream. The purpose of today's meeting is twofold. One is to go through the long-term deliberation report, which has a combination of public feedback that we got through submissions, and also brings forward some issues that were discussed between elected members and staff during our workshops as well. And the second part of that is the Ngāi Tahu offer of support, which I'll come to in a moment. So at this stage we have two apologies, one from Councillor Stewart and one from Councillor Crackett, and we have Councillor Bond on Zoom. We do?
She's there. Not sure where Councillor Bond's camera is.
Yep. So she'll be an apology subject to zooming in as well.
I'm an apology for I'll have to leave possibly around 12 o'clock.
Sure, we'll hopefully be finished long before that. Somebody like to move those apologies? Oh.
You asked.
Just one hand will do, and I'll take both. Yeah, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. All right, in relation to the agenda, I've emailed all senior staff and elected members just to say that the Ngāi Tahu offer of support is on the table at the moment from a previous meeting and will remain on the table until further notice. And the rationale for that is, I did explain in the email, but I'll do it for those who are listening in, is two or threefold. I've already responded on behalf of council to say that this council has an open mind on working with Ngāi Tahu. We would like some questions answered from their end and from other councils as well about where the future of Three Waters, now called Affordable Water Well Done, will land. At this stage we've had staff involved with looking at an Otago Southland model, and now looking at an the Southland model exclusively. At the mayoral forum last week, both other mayors in our region, which is the two local ones, have not responded to the letter, and at this stage have no intention to table it at their council. So I just don't want us to be jumping the gun. I want us to wait and see to the middle of the year at least, to when the government comes out and identifies what its expectations are going forward. It seems to me, reading the media, that everybody's got a little bit excited about the water care deal that's been done in Auckland, but that, being mindful that is only for Auckland. It does not include Kaipara or Whangarei or Far North, which was part of that initial entity A. And being mindful that Auckland also has water meters, and so there are some things to come out of that we need to consider as well. If we went alone, what would our risk be, and what would the benefits be if we got into coalition with some other thing? So we will just leave that sitting there until we have the right sort of information. The other thing that we will need as elected members before we get into any decision making around that is that at the last meeting I asked for the Morrison Lowe report to be made available. There's actually two of them, and it's important that we get hold of the second one, because the second one identifies whether Invercargill can run alone, stand alone. And that's not to say that was only a report at a point in time, but since then I think not a lot has actually changed. So what I've agreed to at this stage, or Tom and I have discussed with the Chief Executive, in light of us having an open mind about where we go to in relationship with iwi, that Michael will attend the initial meeting between some of the other councils and Ngāi Tahu, which I assume will be in Christchurch, and we'll get some feedback about what their role would look like, and whether we have the ability to run as a separate entity here, or whether we could be combined in Southland or Otago Southland, or the whole Takiwā, which includes 21 councils, including Canterbury. So there are councils within all those four clusters that are yet to make decisions and are a little bit nervous about getting in with the wider one. So that's a paper that will just continue to sit there. So today's paper is all about the long-term deliberations, long-term plan deliberations, and Rihanna's going to step us through that bit by bit by bit, and that will allow any member to raise issues if they want to, and there are some contentious issues in there. if we get to any contentious issues, we'll probably have to have a show of hands. So for argument's sake, funding of Great South is a contentious issue. Glass recycling is another contentious issue. So as we get to those, we may need to have a show of hands if we get a very split vote on it, so that we know where we stand and it gives staff some guidance going forward. So Rhiannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Kia ora tātou. So I'll start just by speaking to recommendation 1 and just the structure of the report and the changes that have been made since the agenda was loaded. So first of all, as you said, Mayor, I've structured the report so it's bringing you a range of issues, primarily in 2 areas to do with financial movements in the volatile economic environment that we're in at the moment, and also items raised by those submitters that you heard from last month. The report is structured in such a way to enable you to move through what obviously is quite a complex decision-making process from a financial perspective. That's just something to bear in mind in terms of why the report is structured in the order that it is, to enable you by the end to have a position in terms of where the forecast rates increase will land. Just an important point to note, as you read the report is now inflation adjusted, so that means that each year of the LTP has been adjusted for the inflation forecast. It's a normal part of the process at this stage, but if you're looking at a project and you're thinking, oh hang on, I'm sure that was that figure before, that is why the report points to any actual substantive changes. And those changes that have been made since Thursday when the agenda was loaded, I'll just point to those now. So first changes are on page 4 of the report, which is first of all just noting that we had missed that in IS Infrastructure Committee last week you left the issue of passenger transport on the table, so that's brought through. So that is resolution 7 EE to MM, those 8 options, which are there for you. Also an error picked up in resolution or recommendation 8B, where the wrong figure of the change was included for Te Anua Museum of Southland. So just to note, the final changes of that inflation adjustment are correct, but the number listing this quantum of the change was wrong. That has been corrected. And then just one more minor change this morning under 8G, which is relating to CCTV, just noting incorrect date of the finance and projects meeting where that report is likely to be brought. It is going to be probably the following meeting, so just noting those changes to the report itself. And so Mayor, you may now want to move to recommendation 1.
Just so if somebody would like to move that we receive the report. Leslie, thank you. Grant, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Just before, before you get into the more nitty-gritty stuff, Rhiannon, if Patricia could work us through 3 would be helpful, because not everybody can see what's behind me on the live stream.
So I'll just speak to 2 first, if that's all right, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, fine.
So 2 is really speaking to the detail that's in the body of the report under the background about what the financial position is now vis-a-vis when we went out to consult. There obviously have been a few substantive changes over that period. Patricia, you may want to speak further to those changes.
Sorry, if you can introduce yourself as well, because people can't see your name tag.
So for those listening online, I'm Patricia Christie. I'm the Group Manager for Finance and Assurance.
Thank you.
So a number of the changes that we've looked through the forecast deficit are a result generally of inflation through the period. When we look back at the last 2 to 3 years, inflation across the sector is probably as high as 20% or higher. In some areas, it's probably closer to 30%. We've held our inflation assumptions in those periods quite low. The teams have done really well at operating within the budgets that have been given to them within the plan, but it's come to a head within the 23-24 financial year, and we've got pressures in our operating areas where the deficit is now much larger than what we had planned. I want to remind all councillors and those listening online that we had actually planned to have an operating deficit in the 23-24 financial year. It's now just going to be higher than what we thought it was going to be. So when we put together the draft LTP budgets, we looked at what our opening position would be out of the current financial year, and we forecast at that time, and this is late November, very early December, that would be 9.2 million. It's now forecast to be 12.6, and the operations area of the whole of the organisation is currently implementing a number of measures to achieve that number. So we have factored that in. So what that means for the LTP is that we will go in with slightly higher debt than we had originally forecast. So we will borrow for that additional deficit. And so that there's a small rates impact because we have to finance, we have to pay the interest on that and repay that, and that'll get paid over a period of time.
Just one quick correction. I think you said initially that going forward you're looking at the 23-24 year, but it's actually 24-25, isn't it?
It's based off the, we'll go into the 24-25
Yep.
with higher debt.
So for people listening in, our ability to borrow is reasonably healthy,
Yes.
and our net debt is very low in comparison to many councils.
We are lower, we're in the lower end of the spectrum currently.
Okay, and so while some may suggest that we're kicking the can down the road and there'll be higher costs to come in the future, that's not necessarily the case if we can increase our revenue streams. Revenue streams other than rates.
All revenue streams determine how much we can borrow.
Yep.
So our borrowing is not based off our asset value, it is based off our revenue streams.
Sure. Thank you. Yours, Rihanna?
So you may want to resolve recommendation 2.
Okay. Well, thank you, Darren and Grant. Oh, sorry, Grant.
Yeah, just a question. You talked about the deficits in operating areas. What are the operating areas and what are the deficits within those areas?
It's actually across the board, across all areas. The pressure's coming across all parts of council where the budgets, I think this, I'm doing this from memory because I haven't looked at the performance report in a couple of weeks, that it's just generally across the board. We've got pressure across all operating areas. Predominantly, if I was to single out one, it's predominantly in our regulatory area, and that's and it's not in our parking; it's in our other regulatory areas.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you know that you'd gone through your operating areas, so infrastructure, for example, and so I sensed that you had perhaps looked to see that okay, there's this deficit in infrastructure and this deficit in parks and this deficit, and so cumulatively that's where the 12 million comes from. We've
done that. We've also done it by nature and by activity, because we report to council based off the activities that are in the current long-term plan, and all that will be coming through next week to the Finance and Projects Committee.
Yes, that's right. You, Mayor Clark, would we get to see those? What the deficits are within each of the operating areas?
It's sitting within the Q3 performance report.
Yes, good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I've got Darren putting the motion. Seconded, Leslie. All those in favour?
Aye.
So that's number 2 done. Thank you. And just to confirm that 3 has a series of 2, 4, 5 recommendations, and they are just confirming the assumptions for people watching, and assumptions are exactly that, the assumptions that we make when we enter this exercise at the very beginning, and unfortunately they've changed. So they're around inflation setting, around insurance budgets, which have gone through the roof, obviously, interest rates, and some other associated costs related to ICHL. So would somebody like to move that we accept those assumptions? Move, thank you. Darren, seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carry. Okay. Rhiannon, this is your next couple of hours.
Okay, so recommendation 4 relates to the elderly housing activity, which was one of the consultation issues for the long-term plan consultation. So essentially you've got the 2 options as directed or notified during the workshop that we held earlier. Your preferred option at consultation is included, and the second option, the submitters were not giving a kind of clear message. They were pretty evenly divided by down the middle in terms of what they thought about this issue. The report summarises the submission feedback, which you had in more detail during the hearings report. So just to remind you of that, those that agreed that council should fund some higher level of capital into the elderly housing activity were noting things like the importance of providing housing for our elderly vulnerable people, and noting the general kind of housing constraints that they are witnessing within the market at the moment. Those who were opposed were most often speaking to whether providing housing was a core business of council. They were pointing out that it is the role of central government to provide social housing. Some submitters felt that this was not the role of council. Others were thinking, while it was a good initiative, there's a cost of living crisis going on, and can all ratepayers afford to subsidise this activity? So that's kind of the background. There's no changes to this since the time of consultation.
Yep. So just as a bit of a backdrop before we get into questions, at the last long-term plan that we did, going back beyond where we are now, I think we got a very strong message from ratepayers that they didn't want extra funds put into the elderly care area, that it had to be self-funding. So are you suggesting that there's been a bit of a shift in that? And that was one issue. And the other issue was, while government has a role in core social services housing, most councils either have what we've got, or they've got arrangements through a charitable trust that runs a housing trust. So it's in one way, shape or another, there is housing in the community beyond just what the government provides.
Yes, so that to those 2 points, Mayor. The first one, we have not consulted on the issue of elderly housing activity before. That feedback that you're speaking to is feedback that's been gathered through the residents' survey as part of each long-term plan preparation process. So just to clarify that. So I don't think you're comparing the exact same thing. So I couldn't answer that first question as to whether there's been a substantive change in the community views. And on the second question, just to be really clear, I'm simply summarising what the community is saying. I'm not giving any sense from a staff perspective as to whether their views are either factually correct or whether they align with what you as councillors and mana whenua representatives.
No, I wasn't suggesting that at all. All I was trying to do is use your knowledge of what we've done before, that if we moved, for argument's sake, to option 2, I'm not suggesting we do, but if we did go to option 2, councillors that I knew need to be mindful that we're moving away from a previous position we had, which was very much along the lines of the sector being self-funding through whatever they pay by way of their weekly rent, I guess. Anyway, I'll open up to Tom.
My question is not actually specific to this one, but it affects this one. What I struggled to find was what assumption has been used in terms of calculating the increased deficit and the end of line rates increase for next year. What has been assumed in each of these cases? So we're talking about housing at the moment. So what's been plugged into the model with respect to housing?
So all your preferred options are still in the budget.
Oh, I see.
Just as per ahead of consultation, no change has been made. Your preferred option at the time of consultation is in the budget.
So for
Okay, that's an important matter.
So for housing, that is rates funding the borrowing of $1 million a year. So that added 0.08 in year one.
But still, the point being that
That's already in
the
there.
model that you've worked up has assumed their preferred.
Yeah. So
options.
we went out to consultation with the preferred options.
Okay,
Okay.
Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clark. Just when we talk about reduce the speed of replacement houses, how much in terms of actual houses? So, you know, if we're building 5 a year, are we reducing it by 1 or?
I was going to ask Erin.
So that's an option 2 for those watching.
Yeah, sorry, option 2, yes.
Yep.
Erin?
I'd need to clarify just what it is in relation to the reduced figure. I know that the full figure was approximately 20 houses. I just need to check what the reduced figure was based on.
I think the reduced figure is what can be funded within the fund, which was significantly less. That 7 million does add a lot to the ability.
So
it's probably the difference between adding 20 houses across the term of the long-term plan versus adding 1 or 2 houses across the term of the long-term plan.
Right. Oh, okay. So 20 houses over 10 years versus.
Yeah, versus 1 or 2 houses over 10 years.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, through you to Rhiannon and Patricia, and perhaps Erin by the sound of it. If we were to pursue option 1, we are not just creating additional housing, but we are taking out the housing stock that needs to be replaced, because some of them are at the end of their life. So that's my first question. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
The second thing is that while we incur a capital cost, the actual costs of running the houses is what is the pay your way model, isn't it? Because they have a life of perhaps 60 years or 70 years, as we know from the current stock. So therefore, the capital cost is spread over that time. Is that also correct?
So under the current funding model for elderly housing, it is entirely funded from the user pays model. And essentially what we've been indicating through the LTP planning process is that is no longer covering the required capital to replace those aging units. And unless you wanted to significantly put up the rents, which council's discussed many times, another option needs to be kind of considered. So it would be a change if you went with option 1, a change to the rating policy on this issue.
So just to get my head around it, that means that the capital cost would not be absorbed by rents in the short term, but over the long term of our ownership it would be.
We'd have to look at the model going forward. So what we can say is historically we had the model that rents were to do that, but what the inflation within the construction industry means that there isn't enough left in the fund to replace the units. They've been developed over years where there've been none for a number of years, then a whole heap built. So it means they had replaced all at the same time.
Thank you.
Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we agree to option 1, and my basis for saying that is that we have as a council under the 4 wellbeings an obligation to stay in this area. This council has decided to do that consistently over a very long period. We all acknowledge that we have an ageing stock. It was said when our latest units were opened that the last building we had done was, I think, 1991, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There is no doubt at all that the ageing stock, particularly probably the 2 oldest of our blocks, are very much in need of the replacement. We know from a number of reports that we do not have the funding to do that, to actually maintain the stock we already have, let alone add a small number of additional units. It seems to me that the time has come for this council to actually agree that if we are going to maintain the stock we currently have and fulfil our obligations on social housing, that this is a very sensible provision. So I'd like to move option 1.
I would second that.
Yep, before we go to vote, there are other people want to speak. Trish?
Yeah, I'd like to second.
Okay, just one set of questions from me. One of the issues I'm not sure we've explored is the issue of accommodation supplement. So for those that were here last term, you'll remember we put the rents up 30%, and there was a massive outcry from the residents of our units. But what actually happened was 28 or 29% of that increase was paid for by accommodation supplement, because our rents were very low in comparison to what the marketplace is. And I still have a nagging doubt about whether we have the rents high enough. That doesn't mean that the people in the units pay any more. It just means that MSD pays more. And if we don't have people at the top end of that accommodation supplement area or getting close to it, what it does is it means that we ignore that as extra rent. And Evelyn raised the issue about, you know, the rent. The previous system was built on incoming rent. If we can increase that without us putting more money in, then us and our tenants are on winner. And I'm probably not going to get the answer to that today, but that was an interesting debate that we had last term, because when we approached MSD, we found that just about every single one that was complaining actually was well below, and I think that what they ended up paying was about $2 or $3 a week, but the rents went up 30%, and I'm not sure that there's still not capacity there. Just something signal. Yeah.
Oh, I just want to ask, I guess, how far down the track of other models have we gone for the council? Would it be partnership or trust models to support the funding of elderly housing?
So obviously this issue was discussed in depth as part of the 2018 long-term plan, and again in the 2021. When you as a council discussed this back in April and May last year, the discussion around whether you wanted to be in a broader social housing kind of environment, i.e. not just elderly people but other types of vulnerable groups, or wanted to explore further other models of providing. We discussed at the points, the pros and cons at that point, and the decision was made to know you definitely wanted to stay in elderly housing. And there was, I think if I recall rightly, your concern at that point was moving away, and perhaps working with a partner would limit that focus. So that decision and all the options for this long-term plan has been made on the basis of that decision that you made through that council paper, I believe in April 2023. However, you'll have noted from the previous discussion at the last workshop that there are some regulatory changes that are either have already been made or are coming from this government. So it certainly may be something you want to look at for the next long-term plan.
Yeah, I can confirm that in the previous long-term plan we did look at the model in Wellington, which has a charitable trust running it, and we decided not to go down that track. Okay. There are pluses and minuses for all models. Yeah, Tom.
Really, probably again in the same subject. Patricia and I went to look at the Queenstown model, which is, I don't think you were there, Leslie, were you? You were away. No, so Patricia and I went to look at it. It's got certain attractions, but unfortunately a completely different situation where they are continually developing new land, and every time they develop new land, a share of the development actually goes to social housing. So they have a kind of golden casket that just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and that's what they use to develop these things. I mean, we just don't have an equivalent here. And looking at other models, I think the conclusion that, Patricia and I talked about this, I think the conclusion that we came to is that, well, there's attractions, there are so many downsides that I can understand council's previous decisions not to go that way. But I mean, we should keep looking at it, and certainly if legislation changes to allow council directly to be involved in that, then we definitely should go down that track.
Yep. And just as a backdrop, Steve, Enliven have now pulled away from some of that private sector stuff as well, which has put pressure on our waiting list. I think the waiting list is much more extensive than it has been in the past. So we're probably more likely to cater for elderly as opposed to previously allowing some people in that were on disability allowance and we're younger. But there is a big need there for sure. So I had a mover. If somebody can refresh, it was you, Darren, was it? Oh no, sorry, Leslie. Sorry, and Tom. Any further discussions on option 1? No. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, so recommendation 5 relates to the consultation issue of whether to invest further in carbon emissions reduction activity for council's own activities across the broad breadth of areas that council operates within. Again, the community was divided in terms of the feedback that they provided for you on this issue. Those that were in favour of making this investment noted issues such as how important the issue of climate change is, that they were pleased to see council taking action, that they supported investment in this area, and that they wanted to see it have a good impact. Those who were opposed to investing in this area were opposed for a range of reasons, either because they believed that the current approach was working and there was no need to invest additional funding, or because they believed that while climate change was important, there were other issues that were more important, including most often raised the cost of living and keeping the rates down, or finally a group of people who just don't believe the issue of climate change is important or that council should invest in it. Following the discussions with council through the workshopping process, a further option is included here for your consideration. So that is option 1 with a funding reduction. So rather than allocation of 100,000 operational funding, rather than 200,000 operational funding a year, reduce that down to 100,000. In terms of the implications, obviously we've discussed that council is on a kind of maturity journey when it comes to climate change. There's still a long way to go. We probably have picked the low hanging fruit is the advice of officers. We have made a lot of good progress across council activities, but it's going to get harder to make further progress from here. Obviously you do have forecast targets that are outside the statement of service performance, so that's just something to consider there as well. However, probably reducing the amount of the fund is not going to have a really significant impact. It will just probably mean that the speed that council can go at is a bit slower. So that would probably sum up the relating to recommendation 5. Just to note that as you get further down the report, that 0.14 saving against the preferred option has been included when you get right down to the end of the report. So if you chose option 1 now, just bear that in mind. That's another 0.14% to consider later.
So just a comment from me, I guess. There is no rate increase if we have an option D, which is not to have any money in this fund for the next couple of years.
That is option 2.
Option 2, yeah.
Okay.
Ad hoc.
So in that ad hoc approach, are we still open to people making requests for funds?
No, essentially that would be continue as we are, just as and when contracts come up for renewal or purchasing decisions are made, that people are taking into account the issue of climate change and where they can, if there's an opportunity, they're taking it.
Okay. Thank you. Discussions? Yeah, Ringy.
Look, I just need seek some clarification. I'm a bit confused with our policy on the emissions, and we do have a climate change policy. What this item is recommending is we invest in emissions reduction, yet in the next item concerning glass recycling, council is actually recommending a high emissions solution. Now, with the vehicle collection of bins. Now, in a recent paper to council, there was comment of reducing waste to landfill would reduce emissions. Now, I sought clarification on that because I was concerned that they were referring to the actual landfill itself, putting out the emissions. But no, I was corrected and told that reducing waste to landfill was actually the vehicles that took the waste out there, and by reducing that transportation, that's what we're aiming for. So I'm just confused. We haven't got to the next item yet, but how do we interact our policies into our decision making? Because it looks like when we come to the next item, there has been no consideration given to emissions. There is no mention of that. There's no narrative around it, whatever. And it's like, on one hand, we're preaching from the mount, and the next hand, we're doing all this other stuff. So can I just get some clarification around that, please?
Absolutely. So first of all, just to provide clarity, we don't have at this point a climate change policy. We have been working with the regional council on a regional climate change strategy, which has been consulted on, and the hearings are shortly. So just to clarify that document hasn't landed yet. Obviously, you're absolutely correct that climate change strategy covers emissions reduction as well as adapting to climate change and communication, and it will set some direction. Council itself has been advised in every paper that it receives on its decision making around what the implications are for climate change, and that really speaks to the fact that climate change, just like all the other factors that you weigh up, the risk, the strategic implications, the financial implications, it is one factor that needs to be considered in every decision. You are always weighing up a huge amount of variables as you move through any decision on an issue. When it comes to glass recycling, Councillor, again, you're correct that one of the findings of our baseline on carbon emissions is that an activity that does have a high carbon impact is solid waste, including in large part the movement of solid waste around the region on the trucks. So one thing that could be considered in the future is looking at should we weigh up working with the contractor on electrifying those fleets. In terms of whether we've fully been able at this point in our maturity journey to assess what the implication of that additional bin pickup is versus picking up the 2 existing bins, we simply are not yet there. So absolutely, it's a complex question and one that you'll need to consider for this long-term plan.
Yeah, Tom.
I think with this one, the purpose of a competitive fund like this is to get people thinking about, what might be done in their area and to bring forward ideas with the idea of getting a share of that money. Now, whether the money that's in the pot initially is 100,000 or 200,000, I don't think actually makes any difference to that. It would make a difference, obviously, if there was nothing at all, because people would no longer be thinking about that. So, I mean, I would propose that we go with option C and reduce it to 100,000. I don't think it'll actually make any difference to people thinking about ideas for their own area.
Yep.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll come back to that in a minute. Darren.
I support that position. I think that option C shows that we're still taking a leadership position around carbon emissions and encouraging innovation, which could be, to Rangi's point about glass collection, all recycling was done curbside at one point, and innovation can be such that the trucks bins are divided in 2, one for general recycling and the other for glass. So it might not necessarily have an impact on the number of vehicles doing the rounds. But back to the point, I think that having some in and being cognizant of the fact that we're trying to keep the rates as, for want of a better term, affordable as possible, the 0.14 saving in option C is a good one.
Yep. Thank you. Any further discussion? Leslie, you are the mover. Oh, sorry, Evelyn.
Just to that point, though, perhaps what we're looking at is also signalling what Masuta said about the looking at with our suppliers encouraging alternative energy sources that would actually reduce the carbon emissions as well. So that's about our procurement policies, isn't it? So I think that, all is not lost. There's many ways to make those gains whilst lowering the fund to half.
Trish.
Could I move that we go with option C, please, 3C?
It's already a motion on the table.
We've got that, I think. Yep.
Yep.
You got the mover and second?
That was Tom and Leslie.
Yep. Okay. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Right. Okay. Moving on to number 6, glass recycling.
Okay, so recommendation 6, the glass recycling. The first option is the introduction of the new curbside fortnightly blue glass recycling bin collection service. The second option was to keep the curbside recycling system as it was and provide 8 new additional bottle banks, noting that removing glass from the system, people may still wish to recycle glass. There's a third option, which is to delay option 1 until 2026-27 at the rollover of the current contract. There remains risks with this option in terms of glass contamination continuing within the recycling and in terms of the risks that creates within the contractors within the system. It would be an option to delay that rates increase only, and in terms of obviously just the other councils involved in the decision, and the fact that their processes are a little behind us is just a factor to consider as well. So in terms of your feedback from the community on this issue, again, quite divided, with those in favour believing that it was a really important service that perhaps they'd experienced when living in other areas, and they wanted to be able to have this option as well. Many understood the issue of the contamination, and they wanted to be able to improve council's ability to reuse glass. Some were in favour but noted they would actually prefer a green waste recycling bin or a bigger red bin, so the feedback was quite diverse on this issue. Those that were opposed, a lot of them were thinking that they just didn't use a lot of glass, and so they didn't feel they would fill up the bin and it wouldn't be good value for money. Some of those wanted the option to be able to opt out. Others just believed there were more important things to be done at this point in time, and they didn't believe the investment was going to pay off. Some were concerned about where we were currently using glass and whether that glass was being used appropriately. So there were a range of other feedbacks. It was quite complex, this one, but obviously that detail is all within your hearing report. And just one last point before your discussion is just to note that that option C, unlike the one above, is not yet included in any saving. So that would be an additional saving than the amount listed at towards the end of the report, which is, just to find the right number, recommendation 13.
Just thanks, Ant. Just some comment on that before I open it up for discussion. This is a really complex area. I've had some involvement with WasteNet, and I'm sure Rangi will contribute shortly. The bigger picture that you refer to is that currently Gore's not recycling, or very little, cardboard at best, I think. The district is likely to go to bottle banks. That's what they're indicating. We had a mayoral forum meeting last week, and it was interesting. We had the Minister for the Environment there, who's our local MP, Penny, and she said that she's going to focus the ministry back onto some core business. They weren't her exact words, but what she was sort of saying is that, look, we just keep trialling these little things. We don't get it right. Good example was the return bottle situation that they had a couple of years ago that they trialled, I think, in Marlborough and Kapiti, and it seemed to be working okay, and then the ministry just decided, no, we'll forget that, and we'll move on to green waste, and now we're going to start talking about household waste, and the list goes on, and we just don't seem to quite bed anything in. So I think we'll get a clearer focus going forward. I'm not sure it's there at the moment. It seems interesting to me that if we don't agree to having the new bins, and I don't support that, I don't think we should bring them in, which will surprise a few of us. The alternative is that the glass will end up through the recycling bin. That creates some issues at the recycling plant for the people there. But even if we've got green bins, I think we'll still end up with contamination there anyway. That's the first thing. The other alternative is it goes to landfill. So people put their glass into the other bin and it goes out to landfill. And as Rangi quite rightly says, extra weight through the weigh bridges means extra costs. So there are extra costs whichever way you go on this. If you get contamination at the recycling end, you've still got a product that's hard to sell unless you can put it through the palletising plant. So I think this is a really complicated area, and we've been talking about recycling glass. In fact, I can recall Rangi talking about it about 7 or 8 years ago. So there is no quick fix in this area, I don't think. The other thing that feedback I get from the public is that not a lot of people have glass to recycle. Plastics, they definitely do, there's no doubting that, and cardboards and paper and everything else, but not a lot of glass containers. And it's my personal experience is when I go down, I take everything to the recycling plant. We don't have many glass bottles to take down. So some people are saying, you could not put your bin out for months on end until it was full because you don't have a lot of glass. Now, it might be different if you're drinking stubbies or something, but for most people that might be a service that they see that we're paying a significant cost for, but is actually not getting us any gain. So I'll open the floor up for those that want to have a discussion on that. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clark. Just noting the feedback through the LTP process, and I think one person, said that they wouldn't fill these up in 6 months, and so I've been taking a bit of notice around the community. And last week on Yellow Bin, on one of the streets near home, there was very few yellow bins out, and so I think us just rolling out bins for everyone isn't the right approach. I think there's a bit of test and learn that we can do here, and I like the bottle bank idea because that signals to me if they get well used, then the community's really into this. So then we can look to sort of grow the program out from there. If the community doesn't use those yellow bins, then that's sending us a different message around education or something else. So, I'm in favour of the option 2, which is using the bottle banks, and getting some really good data around them, and perhaps even rolling that into sort of a refund program at some later stage. So that's my view.
Yep, and I think that was one of the things that I've heard as well is at WasteNet is that unless you're doing bin inspections, you're not going to know what the alternative is. And we don't do that at the moment. So that's one thing for us to consider. Rangi.
Thanks, Chairman. Look, we've got 2 options in front of us today for the glass recycling. But I want to draw this committee's attention to Section 77 of the Local Government Tax, 77(1)(a), and that is Council must seek all reasonably practical options for the achievement of the objective of a decision. Now, I don't believe we have looked at all the practicable options. Okay, so we've got a 140 litre bin that Grant's just talked about that may not be full many times. Then we've got the bottle bank option. The other options we haven't considered is investment at the front end of the MRF. Now, the MRF is the term for the material recovery facility operated by Recycle South. Now, other other centres in New Zealand around the world have separators. Technical term is an eddy current separator. That means that this is done, the glass is separated mechanically rather than involving any hazardous operation for staff. So that would be a one-off investment. At the moment, in the next 10 years, if we go with option 1, we're locking in $8 million. Now that's we just talked about the elderly housing, that's done. So the other option, besides investing in technology, is also a separate plastic bag that other centres in the world use. You put the glass in this bag and you keep it from contaminating whatever's else in the yellow bin. Now that seems like a simple option, but we haven't looked at these options. And by not looking at options under Section 77, we're actually open to judicial review if we go down the path of committing money like $8 million over 10 years. Now, if you look at the problems with the 140 litre bin idea, you're going to have to sign in for a lengthy contract because there's no way a supplier is going to buy new trucks and do all this without some sort of guaranteed contract. We've already talked about the unjustifiable cost. I'll bring this up. I used it in the last item about the emissions from the vehicles. And now you've got all these trucks, regardless of whether you've got the blue bin out or not, that truck will drive down your street because it doesn't know you haven't put the blue bin out. And then the blue bins, again, like we've got issues with the yellow bins, and WasteNet's still trying to sort this out, is contamination. Now, you give people a bin and they'll fill it. Some people just feel they have the right, it's going to get picked up, let's fill it up. And we're trying to have this pure glass collection, but I bet bottom dollar that there's going to be other stuff in there. And then we're going to have blue bin inspections. So the bottle bank idea mentioned by Grant is actually, it's a safe option because the initial commitment is not great. You go into partnership, so there's two major places where you purchase glass: supermarkets and liquor stores. Now, partnership with them, a ratepayer going to one of those places drops off his old glass before he buys the new glass. I think there'd be more buy-in to that. But the thing I have with this bottle bank collection are the figures. It's quoting to pick up 8 bins, to empty 8 bins, $260,000 a year. Yet with the blue bins, that's $630,000 for 25,000 homes. Now, the maths doesn't add up to me, but that's a separate issue. So I'm in favour of two things. Option 2, the bottle banks, and if we do that, that'll give us a chance to look at the other alternatives that we haven't looked at yet. So I guess we don't have to alter any of the recommendations, but I'm strongly in favour of option 2, but I would query the cost of that $260,000 a year. It doesn't make sense to me at all. And the other, just before I finish, if I go to the consultation document, which I have in front of me, it states here that there will be improved sustainability from less waste being sent overseas. Now, can someone explain that to me? What does that mean? What waste do we send overseas that is tied up with our glass recycling? I tried to understand that. Is there someone who can explain that? It actually says that right here in our preferred option.
I'm happy to take that one, Chair.
Thank you.
I didn't write the comment in the report, but I would understand that comment would be in relation to the glass contaminating the other recycling products, which means that we only have an offshore market for those products as opposed to those being able to be recycled locally. For example, plastics through the pelletizer plant, etc. I'm also happy to talk to the cost difference on the bottle banks versus the collection. This was a piece that we worked through quite extensively with our contractor Waste Co, also acknowledging that they've done a significant amount of work on helping us put together this proposal. What they advised us, because we had the similar question around the costs, was regardless of whether you go to a separate curbside collection or whether you go to a bottle bank collection, the bottle bank collection still requires a new truck to be added to the fleet and requires a driver to then drive that truck around the city to collect the bottle banks. While there would be some reduction in driver hours by doing that, as they would end their day earlier, the significant cost of still having to have the driver and the truck is what pushes up that bottle bank cost quite significantly when you compare it to the actual cost of going curb by curb.
So my last question is, with our consultation process, and I've noticed in the previous items we've been through, the status quo has been provided. We haven't provided the status quo for this one. It was bottle banks plus status quo. Yep. So should there be on its own status quo, and then that is another option to actually suss out, to spend a bit more time on this. Yep. Should there be, under the Act, should there be status quo?
Yeah, but I think it should be. But I'll come to that in a minute. Yeah. I've got some people lined up. Just to reflect on what you had to say, Rangi, hadn't thought about the plastic bags with the bottles inside. If that in some ways reduces the contamination, it reduces the problem.
Oh no, it was interesting reading about that.
Yeah, and just for those who didn't keep up with the minutes of the WasteNet meeting recently, Recycle South put forward a recommendation that we fund $750,000 towards an optical addition to the MRF, which is the plant, on the basis that the Ministry for the Environment would foot the other 50%, which they've agreed to, but it's subject to us doing it. I was there on the day, and I said I was pretty uncomfortable about that, given that the contract is up for renewal in 2027, will be tendered out probably in 2026. So it's only a couple of years away. Why would we invest from our end $750,000, given that the other two councils are not prepared to invest in an extension to that MRF, which might at the end of the day end up being sold to a new provider? And so Recycle South would walk away with an equity benefit over 2 years of $750,000. And so I put that to the Recycle South people that were there at the time, and so that hasn't been approved at this stage. But yeah, I agree, Rangi. One of the things that we can put up is a status quo option here as well. Aaron, sorry. Oh, sorry, Michael.
Yes, so just in terms of, happy to speak to the piece around not having put in a plastic bag, or also similarly a crate collection. The basis for that is that when we're looking at making variations to existing contractors, we always have to work with our contractors as well around what options that they are able to accommodate also. One of the pieces around there's, I think, very few plastic bag glass collections in New Zealand anymore, but there are definitely crate collections in New Zealand.
Sorry, just a correction there. The plastic bag was inside the yellow bin. It wasn't sitting to be collected. Just to be clear.
Yep.
So the key piece around those separate glass collections via crate, etc., versus bins is essentially the health and safety implications of having to have runners outside of vehicles. So the industry is very much moving towards trying to keep people inside the vehicle as much as possible. This is because the the waste industry of that truck collection is one of the top 4 most dangerous activities in New Zealand. And there are people unfortunately lost in the industry every few years when they do wind up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So therefore, in consultation with our contractor, the decision was made not to put forward that option as they didn't support that from a health and safety perspective.
Michael?
I just wanted to highlight to council there was a question about legislative requirements in relation to the options provision, and I think we've just heard from my staff that those options were discussed and the viable options were put forward to council from that perspective. So I just wanted to remind council, given that legislative point was raised.
Aaron?
Aaron answered my question, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leslie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point out that to some extent option C is a status quo option. It gives us the time to have a completely different discussion with more knowledge, and the new 140 litre fortnightly blue glass bin might entirely change in that time frame. So to me, the status quo option is in fact option C. My comment on the other options would be, I don't believe we have the sufficient data to make option 1 a feasible option at the cost that it is at the current time, and I really do question whether the expense of the bottle banks is something that we have sufficient information on at the current time to justify. So I'm tending to favour option C.
Yep. Yeah, I'll come back to you in a minute. Steve?
Thanks, Chair. I found this one really challenging to kind of decide on, but I agree with a lot of what's been said across the table, and I just don't think I'm prepared to move on option 1 without looking at a raft of other options which I think could be available to us. I've looked at the feedback that's come through. I was in Mangawhai in the far north over summer. We went to the bottle bank, and I was talking to my 90-year-old granddad over the weekend, and he was very excited because I think he's found out that Pack and Save is now recycling soft plastics, and I think it's an education thing. I think it's a behavioural thing, and I thought if Granddad at 90 can get himself to Pack and Save to look at his soft plastics, then then maybe we can change our behaviour. So I'm probably leaning towards option 2 at the moment, and surprising myself on that one.
Yep. Just before I get to others, Steve, the feedback I got from Hamish, who's the group manager at Recycle South, was that what he's seeing around the country is the bottle banks aren't all that successful. They still get a lot coming through the recycling system. People just don't want to go down the road for whatever reason. And they put it into the bin and it just breaks up and it contaminates everything.
Yeah, I think it's the option of deciding whether we're going to roll out a new bin.
Yep.
That's probably where my decision sits. Are we going to roll out a new bin with potentially other options being available to us down the line?
Evelyn.
Look, I'm not hysterically excited about an additional bin. However, I'm one of those people who has made a transition from using tin and plastic containers to mostly using glass. So it's not alcoholic liquors that create the glass in my house. It's the sauces and jams and things like that. But don't necessarily see that a fortnightly collection is necessary. But then I feel that way about paper and other products as well. And I wonder, instead of us talking about 2 fortnightly collections, 1 yellow, 1 blue, that we should be actually looking at how many people, because I do take the point, how many people do put out their yellow bin fortnightly. Could we be looking at alternative fortnights for glass and for other recycled products? Bearing in mind I'm one person living on my own, I probably am not a good exemplar, but before we make the decision, should we actually be looking at how we're using the bins that we've got, and are they being collected more frequently than they need to be? If we reduce the yellow bin collection to once a month or every 4 weeks, had a blue bin collection once every 4 weeks, what would that do? What effect would that do? Is there cost savings? I don't know the answer, but I think that option C gives us the ability to explore some of those. Given we're not compelled to glass recycle until 26, 27, is that correct?
I'm coming back to you, Rangi. Just letting a couple of other people get in first. Ria, who's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I just wanted
No, sorry,
to
Ria. I'll just go back a bit.
Can the officers comment on that, please?
Yep. Can somebody comment on? I think Aaron's got it.
I'll let Aaron answer that question, but I just want to clarify 2 points around the selection of options. It's important to remember this is a shared service, so WasteNet has been involved in around their recommendations. And secondly, the reason that we didn't consult on a status quo options was around the risks that you've all been alerted to in terms of the sustainability of a long term. So just to be important, when you're considering option C, yes, it's a retention of the status quo, but it's only possible for those 3 years.
Just before you get in there, but also important to reflect, councillors, that the statement was made before that we lead the way in WasteNet, certainly well ahead of our other two colleagues. So if we delay and consider where our options are, we're not getting behind anybody else. The region, which includes the three areas, has the worst recycling record nationally. Report out last year to that effect. Sorry, Ria. We're with you. Oh, sorry,
That's
Aaron,
okay.
are you going to answer?
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer the question that was put forward just around the dropping the frequency of the collection.
Yep.
If I just take you back to when originally the report came to council that discussed which options we would take out to consultation and which was our preferred option, there was an option in that report to drop the collection frequency down to monthly. Again, because of that requirement for the truck, requirement for the driver, etc., the cost reduction was very minimal to go with that monthly collection. So that was the reason that we didn't see the value in moving in that direction. The other piece that I would just clarify around option 2 is that, as you'll note there, it talks about new bottle banks for those who want to continue to recycle glass. So this is on the presumption that if we moved to bottle banks, that you would no longer be able to put your glass in your yellow bin, that you would have to move it to putting it into your red bin. Now, there's obviously an option around you could continue to put it in your yellow bin, and we also have bottle banks, but that doesn't really achieve the desire from the contractor to get the glass out of the MRF and to stop the glass from contaminating the other recycled products in the stream. So just in coming to option B, from hearing the discussion around the room, we may just want to clarify which version of option B council would be seeking us to take.
Just as a reflection of that comment, Aaron, save Rangi some oxygen, because I could see you shaking his head. There's no way in any community that we can be solely reliant on the bottle banks. I'm telling you now, people will still, if we were doing bin inspections of the yellow bins, they would throw it into the red bins. I mean, and we're not doing any bin inspections, so getting compliance to solely use bottle banks is just, it's like asking for 0 road accidents by 2050. It's just idealistically unachievable. But sorry, Ria, we've missed you a couple of times.
No, that's okay, Mr. Chair. It's been good hearing Aaron's answers. I guess from my position, looking at the 3 options there, I was a great person that believed in curbside recycling, and that bottle banks would actually be the best way forward for us. But since the hearings that we held, I've actually lost that faith that it is the right decision for us to make. The submitter clearly, I forget what the gentleman's name was, but he clearly indicated to this council that bottle banks were one of the worst things that we could do, that it wasn't going to reduce the glass issue, and that evidence had shown with other centres that had bottle banks, as you've already alluded to, that the behaviour of glass and how it's received doesn't actually improve anything at all. So I guess I'm a bit anxious at the moment because what I'm hearing and what I'm feeling, to be honest, is that we're not quite ready to make a decision on what we're going to do with our glass and our recycling behaviour with glass. Yes, the option 1 delay until 2026, 2027 gives us those options to further investigate a better model that would work for us. And I just want to say I'm quite nervous about our current situation of having to choose an option. If you're forced to choose an option, I'd go for the delayance so that we could deliver a better glass recycling practice for our community. The Mayor's right. We're not behind the 8 ball here, we're actually in front of it. So I don't want to feel pressured to make that decision.
Tom, I've got you ringing.
I think it's clear from the discussion that we don't have the most elegant solution yet. And therefore I favour delaying this by 3 years, option C, but not on the basis of just kicking the can down the road, rather that we could allocate money and beyond that point, but I don't know that we've necessarily got the right solution. So I think option C at the moment says you just delay option 1 for 3 years. I would not agree with that. I think we delay a solution by 3 years, but keep open and do a bit of investigation about what the best solution might be, and even the one where you separate the bottles out on a machine once you've collected them might be actually the best way to do it rather than collection. But anyway, I'll say option C, but then still budget for doing something in 3 years' time.
I'd be prepared to move or to second Councillor Campbell, and perhaps we could work on some wording that slightly revises option C to get to the position that I think we're both talking about here.
It's the same as Ria said actually too.
Yep, and just let Rangy have another go at this.
Look, this is very important actually, because I'm scared as hell people mentioning option C, because what you're doing, if you vote for option C, you are saying yes, we are going to adopt a 140 litre bin. We're just delaying it 3 years. So we are committing to our contractors that we are going to do this. They then go and buy some trucks in their due time. Sorry, option C is not the status quo, and I cannot, with all due respect, see how people can actually see it as the status quo. The status quo is what we have now, doing nothing. We could say, as Tom said, revisit this at another stage, but voting C is a commitment. Am I right?
Yep. No,
yes,
hang
I've
on.
just had the nod.
Look, I'll clarify that for you, Ring.
Yeah.
Look, option 1 is not the status quo. Sorry, option C is not the status quo.
No.
Yeah, we need, as Leslie said, we need to reword that. So I'll leave Tom after Aaron's contributed. I'll leave.
Leslie's a wordsmith.
Okay. We won't get any spelling mistakes. Aaron.
Could I suggest perhaps that we have new contracts that are going to the market in 2027? As part of the lead up to that, we would be looking as WasteNet to do a comprehensive review of what do we want waste and recycling to look like in Southland moving forward. We could look to roll this out as part of that process. The only caution that I would give is that we would be vulnerable if and I don't believe that they would do this, but we would be vulnerable if Recycle South got to the point with their MRF deteriorating that they said that was it, they could no longer accept the glass. Then we would have to make a quick decision to get glass out in a different way. But as long as council's happy to accept that small risk, then we can push this out as part of the contract review process.
And before Leslie does the rewording, just to comment on that, accept what you're suggesting, but at this stage, WasteNet does not have control of the recycling contract. It does the other contracts, but not that. And I've raised that recently at WasteNet, as you know, to say the city, from my perspective, will not get into bed with WasteNet, which is the other two councils, until we have some understanding about how that will work. Last time it didn't work for us, for those that are around. So we need to have a clearer understanding from WasteNet about how that contract for 2027, which will roll out, I guess, in 2026, will be managed, whether it's currently managed by us or whether it goes back to WasteNet, and what the conditions are for that.
Yeah, understand that, Chair, but the collection contract that we've been talking about amending with a separate glass bin is a WasteNet contract, so that's why it comes into WasteNet for review from that collection perspective.
You are right, but at this stage, the partners involved are doing nothing, all three of them, doing nothing around that. We've got a desire to do something, not sure what it is. If you listen, and you and I are both hearing the same story from Gore and from Southern District, they've got different views of the world than what we've got. So a collective view around WasteNet about that future contract, putting aside the recycling part, the curbside may not be as simple as it sounds. Because at the moment we just all pick up. But if one council wants to pick up more bins than the other, then there's going to be some issues, I guess. Anyway, Leslie, leave it to you to reword.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Alan, did I miss you out?
No.
I didn't? No?
You didn't miss me out, no.
Right, Leslie.
I was going to suggest perhaps we take a 5-minute adjournment, Mr. Mayor, so that we, I would hate to do this on the hoof because it is quite a complicated reword. If we took a 5 to 10 minute adjournment, I think we could work on something that the table is indicating.
Okay, then we'll have a 10-minute break now then, because morning tea is scheduled 5 minutes from now. We'll be back here at 25 to 11. Okay, we're back on live stream, people. If Leslie, if you'd like to move the amended option D, is it?
Happy to move option D.
D.
May I, Chair, just ask a question about it though? I'm trying to understand the last line of the yellow highlighted. Reduction of rates increase consulted on for later years. What's that trying to?
So, because the other options actually had us doing glass recycling, and because you'd remember this is a 10-year plan, we had costs in there from years 2 through 10. Under this resolution, those costs are no longer needed there, so it will actually reduce the rates that we consulted on those outer years. And when we go through the financial implications, when we get to the end, we still have to model that. So there will be a reduction in rates in outer years as a result of this. Not in year 1, but from years 2 through 10.
So the implications of the word consulted on, do you mean that we have to go and consult again?
No, that we've already consulted on.
It's just noting again, back to your point, Deputy Mayor, that within the current modelled budget, your preferred option, which is option 1, is in there. Option D removes that.
For all years.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can't do the whole financial modelling in that 10-minute break. So it's just providing for the fact that there's some financial modelling needed for the outer years.
So that explanation, Chair, I'll second.
Yep, thank you. Any further discussions about that? All right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Got your hand up, Alan? Yep, thank you. Anybody opposed? No, thank you. Rhiannon, on to the next one.
Okay, so moving on to recommendation 7, this deals with a range of issues to do with the long-term plan activities and key performance indicators of those activities. So some of these are items that were raised by submitters that you heard about through the hearings, and so based on guidance from council and how you wanted to approach those, I have worded those recommendations, but also noting changes that need to be made to levels of service either as a result of regulatory changes, there's been a couple through the time of consultation, or minor wording errors which have been picked up by officers just wanting proposed wording changes. So all of these have been assessed, they don't require further consultation. So if it's all right with you, Mayor, I'll just move fairly quickly through, but if we deal with each activity at a time, I think is how you wanted to approach it. So dealing with water first, which is 7A, just noting that there has been a change to the DIA Performance Measure 1, and that's a result of new drinking water standards and guidance from Taitura that has been received since the time of consultation.
So just before you go on to the next one, Rhiannon, I'll just see if there's any discussion around that. No, none at all.
Is it worth moving each one as we go?
No, we'll probably end up moving a lot, I think. But
okay, sewerage, again, that's about fault response time, that's wording in line with DIA guidance on Measure 3.
Yep, any discussion on that? No, none at all. Roading.
Roading, so some of these are issues raised by submitters, so you'll recall that Salford School raised some concerns they've got around the roading alignment outside the school, how creating safety issues at pickup and drop off. So that's just to indicate from the team that they can prioritise that within the local safety roading budget that you confirmed back in October last year.
Thank you.
The second point relates to the South Alive request for further upgrades to the South City environs. So the report just speaks to the approach on that. It just reminds council of discussions around the infrastructure strategy last year, and that the advice of officers remains that if suburban refresh is planned, there are 2 probably areas, Bluff and Windsor, that would be scheduled on their advice based on asset condition ahead of any further upgrades in the South City area. The next point relates to the request that was made for a new welcoming sign. and that there would be a forecast cost of between 10 and 30,000 for that. That's an option that you could consider in the future. Note that also there was a submitter raising issues around signage at Orati Beach. The wayfinding sign, which is within the area of roading, has been reviewed. It does contain all the correct information. No change is recommended at this time. G relates to the issue of cycling, which was raised by many submitters wanting further consideration of cycling. That is something that will be considered as planned strategic work on integrated transport.
Okay, any discussions on any of those half dozen bullet points? Right, being none, solid waste.
Solid waste, that's just around updated targets for the regional discarded rate, which is the detail is spoken to in the body of the report, and that's just to correct some wording, bring that in line with the waste minimisation plan. So that's a change recommended by the team.
Any discussions? No, none. On to property.
Property, there were errors and omissions made in terms of the renewals program for both property and the public toilets element of the property program. Those need to be corrected.
Just a comment from me, Rihanna, on the issue of the public toilets. I know we've had feedback from Parks that they have public toilets on order, but there's been significant delays. The latest local government magazine has got a very substantial advert in there from a New Zealand firm saying that they can provide. So that might be something we might be able to move on, because we've got a backlog of needs in those areas, certainly Queen's Park, South City, or two places of South City. So some options there for us without needing the funding up front. Smiling at me. Parks and Reserves.
Parks and Reserves. So again, there was a submitter raised the issue of rangers at Orati Beach. There are rangers supporting Orati Beach within the current program who visit daily. The team aren't recommending a change at this time. Now note there is another sign down at Orati Beach that was vandalised. That's the interpretation panel, which is within the Parks and Reserves area. That renewal is already planned for 24-25, so hopefully that will address some of the concerns of that submitter around the beach. A number of submitters raised the issue of play, particularly around Queen's Park. So really this is drawing attention to the fact that urban play will be considered in alignment with the wider play strategy, including the facilities at Queen's Park, and the body of the report just gives you information in terms of renewals that are already planned for that area. And relates to the accessibility of trails within Sandy Point, which will be considered as part of the master plan, which was raised by, I think, two submitters raised that they wanted those one or more of those trails to be accessible. General issues of accessibility were raised by a number of submitters, so the Parks team are advising that the trail within Anderson Park is already fully accessible, but to enable complete access, the connection to that trail needs to be improved. So based on submitters' feedback, they are advising that they prioritise that within existing budgets. O relates to the submission from Waverley Park Hub, which was around the opportunity to seek feasibility assessment. Parks and Reserves are working actively alongside the Waverley Hub team. If funding was required for a feasibility assessment, there's a number of funding sources that group could consider. Quite a few submitters raised the low-mo pilot either positively or negatively. So this is to note for council that if you ended that pilot early, operational expenditure would need to increase by 63,000. The body of the report notes that the savings, which were forecast at the time of council making that decision are largely being realised. The report speaks to there are some areas where the learnings have been that it's been good and other areas where there are improvements. There's a future report coming, but as you would expect in any pilot, that's the learning process that you go through. Q, note that the Elizabeth Park strategy work is planned for 24-25. A submission was made to go ahead and make allocation for budget for toilets now. It's not advised to do that until the strategic work is complete, given that issues around location and design need to be considered. Is that all parks and reserves? Yep.
Yeah, Rangi's going to throw something, and Tom as well. Just a reflection from me, Rhiannon. The Lomo pilot, I think, has been an interesting exercise for us. I get considerable feedback both ways on the Lomo. Some say it's great, some say it's not so great, some say it's bloody horrible once you do actually mow it and leave the grass behind. But again, this is just part of the philosophy that we have. If we don't look to what we spend on service delivery, then we have to look elsewhere. And so it's a needed thing, I guess. Rangi.
Thanks, Chair. The Lomo policy, I've had a lot of public feedback and it hasn't been positive. In fact, it's been referred to as no-mo, just because people are seeing this lengthy grass, but unfortunately they are getting confused between the centre plots, which is not part of Parks and Reserve. So we've got I guess that roading issue, and I don't know where that comes up, but those plots, they're not flash. You've got street lights coming out of them, and the grass around where the mower can't get to is 2 feet high. Now, unfortunately, parks probably wear the brunt of that, but it's not their responsibility. It comes under our roading. So, but everyone, it's amazing that public notice when things are not tidy. And I think for $63,000, it's worth it to keep. Mind you, we've had an exceptional growing period over this summer and autumn, but even so, it was a good try. It was a good try, I have to say.
Well, one of the things to consider, I guess, is given the reduction in glass recycling now that we've taken out of the budget, is this something you might want to reinsert back into the budget? I'll come back to you on that. Tom.
So I was going to talk on the same subject. I mean, I think as we go through this, we need to keep a bit of a golf score in our head in terms of we've been putting some things up and other things, down. We've reduced the cost of the bins for glass recycling. We took money out of the climate change thing, which is $100,000 a year. We've reduced that by. I think there is a good argument for saying that Lomo should cease, at least in some areas. And I would say by that there are areas where it almost does not matter at all. Sandy Point's a good example. Yeah. There are other areas that are closer into town where it does matter and people don't like it at all. So I don't know I don't know if it's all of it. I don't know if it's all of the 63,000, but I would support a review of that. With a mind to ending the Lomo in prime areas. I don't know quite how to put it, but I'm not saying everywhere.
Yep. Okay. Leslie?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on O, the reference for funding sources should be, I think, Active Southland, which is where we transferred the Active Communities Fund.
Yep. I've got that. Ria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to support what Deputy Mayor has said, and I too, along with Councillor Pottinger, had many people discuss about how disappointed they are in our city, that they feel like we've let things go. Surely we can help improve the status of the Lomo situation. But, we have made some savings to the long-term plan by reducing some of the options that we've got that we could very delicately move over to ending the Lomo situation for the city in all areas, so we can get our beautiful city and our community getting back behind how lovely it can look. So I'm for supporting ending it and moving the money across to improve the mowing of our lawns.
Evelyn?
Unsurprisingly, I'm going to swim against the tide on low mow, just purely because I think, firstly, I don't believe, given it a really fair chance. But the other thing is that I notice in Christchurch, where I go regularly, who also have a low mow and around Hegley Park and other places like that they also actively plant wildflowers and things like that. And I think that might change people's perception. So rather than cancelling low mow, I'd like us to discuss with Parks whether we could find a way of actually making a beautiful low mow by planting wildflowers, because that also is a benefit for bees and butterflies and all the other things that make our natural environment a healthier place. So, however, not only do I not have a vote, but I fear I'm sadly outnumbered, but I just needed to put that point of view.
Yep, Trish.
I agree with Deputy Mayor. I think perhaps it is a time to stop the pilot and review, take the learnings that we've got so far. And Evelyn, what you're talking about could it be exactly that? I don't think that the low mow right across the city is wrong, but there are parts that do appear to give a very poor, presentation. So I think it's possibly a good time to stop and review it and do the next step.
Yep. So my view on that, Patricia, is that the low mow is part of a wider picture of the beauty of the city. I've raised this many times about the centre plots down D Street and down Clyde Street and other places as well, which I think are lost opportunities to beautify our city. So happy for us to divert off to Rex and his team. What needs to be done here, but do we need to have some movement in the finances around that 63,000?
Yeah, we
to
do.
allow that to happen, all or part of it?
We have only modelled it in or it out. So at the moment, low mow is in. If you were to say we want low mow out from 24-25, it would increase rates by 0.09%.
But that could cover some work that we need to do on the centre plots as well.
I don't believe that was included the centre plots. I think that was just the
I know,
areas
but
that were low mow.
it is a parks cost. And as Tom quite rightly says, I mean...
But centre plots are eroding costs.
Yes, centre plots eroding.
Okay. And Tom's quite right. If you go to Sandy Point, in the summer months when there's no sports played there, to be mowing them in summer just doesn't justify it. Winter's a different ballgame. So, Darren.
And that was the initial suggestion, Clark. It was simply around Sandy Point, and then suddenly it was all on.
Yeah.
I think just reverting to that original low mow at Sandy Point over summer is the best way to progress.
Yep. So based on Patricia's advice, we'd leave the 63,000 in the budget.
We will add it back into the budget.
Yep. Given the offset elsewhere.
So we need to amend that recommendation when we get to moving it.
Yep. Thank you, Leslie.
Dare I say, Mr. Mayor, that I was going to suggest we could reword P to reflect what we have just been discussing.
Yep. Happy for you to do that.
It probably needs to say something along the lines of note that parks and reserves have the ability to adjust the low mow pilot up to the figure of 63,000.
Yep. Yep. See Rex in the background hiding behind the pillar is nodding to that, so that's a good sign.
Just change it to Parks and Recreation.
Yep.
Sorry, just that it was headed parks and reserves at the top of the...
I think we need to keep it to the activity, so it's probably more like we just put that low mow pilot is ended early and operational expenditure is adjusted, is increased by 63,000 for this activity.
Okay. You're okay with that? just getting a rewording of O for those that want to dash to the toilet or have a wee nap. All right. Okay. Excellent. Right. Moving on now. What's next? Arts and culture. Rhiannon.
Okay, so the first one is around a requested revision from the team just in terms of the number of on-site and off-site exhibitions. So this is actually an increase on the original KPI. It's just to note that the plans are now more fully developed. The next point relates to the wording for the annual number of visits for the new collections facility, just noting the word class in there relating to class visits. That's a clarification. The next point just alerts you to that there is a paper coming to future community wellbeing committee meeting around Te Wakatuia, and that it's recommended that you consider those questions then. Noting the request from Arts Marahiku for additional operational funding, there is an option that they could apply to the Community Wellbeing Fund. And again, similarly in point V, noting the request from the Southern Collection Trust for 300,000 operational funding, and advise them of alternative funding options, including the Regional Heritage Committee and the Community Wellbeing Fund. Just noting that those funding options in the resolutions are not exhaustive, they're intended to be indicative.
Okay. Any discussion, especially from those that have been involved with the arts community? Steve, Trish, Leslie? Nothing? Right, okay. Oh, sorry, Evelyn.
Just in terms of this annual number of school class visits performance measures is opposed strongly by Te Pātakatauka Southern Regional Collections Facility Trust. We do not believe that it is an appropriate activity for school groups to access the collection within the facility. We're really concerned about the number of people that might come in to a facility where there are objects that are easily accessible, because that is the nature of the shelving, etc. It's not freely accessible, but rather more easily than it would be in a museum. The risks to the taonga themselves are of a concern, but we were not asked if that was acceptable to us, as I understand it. So at our meeting on Thursday, the direction is that we are actually opposed to this measure. We would like to explore with council and the general manager some alternative ways that we have been exploring for school children and interested people to access the taonga, but in a safe and controlled way.
Rex, would you like to be put on the spot?
Mayor, the change or amended target was actually prepared by the collections manager, so I'm happy for the trust to work back with the trust to understand the gap that's created there, and we'll look at developing that. Not sure from a process perspective, Rhiannon, in terms of KPI for the LTP, what leeway we have, but certainly can take on board what Evelyn has mentioned.
So just regarding
Sorry.
process, any significant change to the KPIs would require further consultation as part of a future action plan. So on the basis, if the council follows the view of the trust, which sounds sensible, then we should revert to the original wording consulted on.
Darren.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I agree with what Evelyn put forward, because when we talked about establishing the storage facility, it was never a place for people to visit. Somebody talked about getting buses in there. No. It's not a school visit place. It's a storage facility. The museum will be the place where people interface, apart from individuals who are taken in to access specific parts of the collection, and that's a completely different method of control. So I think that class visits needs to be removed as a KPI.
Tom.
Chair, I don't think it's quite on that list there. I thought it might be, but there is also a question, of course, about the point at which we increase museum staff. And if I can just make a comment, now, as I understand it, of course, I wasn't on council at the time, but as I understand it, Hawakatuia was essentially a bridging facility between the closure of the old museum and the opening of the next one. And the assumption was, I think, that people would move between the facilities in a way that you'd never have all three of those things manned at the same time: new museum, Hawakatuia, and storage facility. It does seem to me that that is actually what's going to happen in accordance with the plan that we've seen. We're going to have all three. Not operating. The museum would not be operated, but it'd be manned. And there's a significant cost involved in, and I think there is a broader discussion about that whole thing. I don't think that we can afford to do that, putting it simply. I don't know where we're going to reach it at some point in the agenda. I don't see it as I look through here, but I know it was on the it was on the papers that at some point I read where we have the manning of the storage facility, the manning of Hawakatuia, and 2 years early, the manning of the museum. And it would be interesting to look at, if you look back to before the museum closed, what the total number of people were involved in the manning of the museum compared to what the total number of people we're going to have involved, say, in 2026, as we have all three of those facilities managing fundamentally the same thing.
Yep.
So anyway, I don't know if we're going to come to the agenda at some point, but I'm just mentioning it because some of the points up there actually interface with that. If you say to Hawakatuia, we're going to have more exhibitions, does that mean we're going to have more people, and so forth?
Yep. So I'm going to pick on Darren in a minute because he's been along that pathway for a very long time. But you are right. These three areas now are going to grow in their own rights, and that comes with some significant cost. And my understanding is the same as yours. I wasn't here when it was closed, but shortly thereafter. And Hawakatuia was an interim process. The complicator for that now is that the old SMAG and the current Hawakatuia is both museum and art, where when the museum opened, it only satisfies the museum function of those two things. And so there's still, from where I sit, an expectation for people in the art world to still have Hawakatuia or something similar running for art. And so that's a complicator as well, I think. Darren.
So ultimately things won't be too dissimilar to what they were before we had an independently operated art gallery and the museum. What's happening down at the storage facility is essentially the back of house stuff that used to happen on the museum site. Hawakatuia, whilst it's a combined site at the moment, when it's no longer needed for museum exhibitions, becomes the art space, no matter where it is. So those people were always there anyway, and that's a separate operational matter. The storage facility doesn't really need to operate at weekends, so that's just back of house museological. The interface, which is the new museum is a 7-day-a-week operation and will be higher staff than we have currently, but more in line with what we were when we had a museum operating on that site. So, like I say, it won't be too dissimilar to what we had before the closures.
I think it'd give me a lot of comfort, Chair, if we could actually see those numbers. You know, what were the numbers, the total number of people employed by the museum in 2017 or whatever the date was compared to what we are now projecting for, say, 2026 across the 3 facilities.
Yep.
And if Darren's correct, then I'll just back off. That's fine.
Yeah, I think we can arrange that. And Rex is nodding behind the pillar again, so that's a good sign. Yeah. But my recollection was we lost a lot of staff in the overall process at the time the museum closed, but we retained, correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, about 8 or 9 staff, I think, from memory. So part of that analysis will be not the 8 or 9, because that was based on the museum being closed and nothing else being open at that stage. Some of the people that left were involved with the running of the museum. And subsequently left the organisation and went.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the number at peak, at peak when the museum is operating on its own, compared to the total of the 3 that we will have, say, in 2026.
Sure. Yep, I think we should arrange that. Rex is nodding in the background. Leslie?
Just getting back to the matter of S, can we agree perhaps to remove S?
Yep. We'll come back to that in a minute. Others that want to talk. Trish?
With regard to the facility, I agree with what everyone said, actually. I understand where Evelyn's coming from, and I understand that there may be a need. It may be that the practice of the people at the facility may be able to bring some materials out to that area as we walk in, so that not necessarily the school's classes go through the facility, but there may be some way of doing that so they can still see part of the collection. And I'm sure that could be worked through.
Yep. I think if we get to Leslie's movement to remove S, that'll be a natural flow to Rex's area to be able to do that. Rhiannon?
Just noting that there is a paper discussing this at the Community Wellbeing Committee later today.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair, I was also going to remind you there is a paper coming today in relation to the temporary Hei-Wakatua facility. Also want to highlight with the staffing component that there will be some impacts, and we are working through those in relation to all 3 facilities as they stand. Based on previous decisions, we only had 1 facility previously, and now we've got 3. There are some implications in relation to that, but like I say, we are working through what that means as a report that will need to come back to council at some stage shortly. Bearing in mind, we haven't got any solution at this particular time in relation to ACI.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Evelyn.
Just a couple of things about pointing out that although we didn't employ, and we still don't employ, the IPAG staff, we always funded by contribution. So the numbers of people involved in these things, even though they're 3 different buildings now as opposed to 2, they're offer over similar services. But also to just to clarify, in number R, if my understanding of our collections includes taonga, because one of the things that I would comment on is that IPAC has not been doing a brilliant job in including heritage in collections. The collections that have included heritage have mostly been curated from Te Pātaka, but also to highlight that we actually have looked and are already offering outside of Te Pātaka exhibitions. So we've had one in Te Anau, there's one currently on in Rakiura. So it's the collections doing what the collections needs to do, which is going out into the places that contribute to the collection, which I remind you is a regional collection. So it goes out not just to Invercargill but to the regions. So just with those comments, I'd like to make sure that we are affirming to IPAG the need to use the breadth of the collection, which includes the taonga.
Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to comment that we do have a paper coming up in community wellbeing, which extensively canvasses the Hei Wakatuia operation, and I think that can be left until that paper.
Sure. But you wanted to remove the
Yes, and
options.
in the knowledge that the issue is being worked on by operational staff.
Yes.
I would suggest that we remove S.
Yep. A second for that. I see. Steve, a second. Any further discussions about removing S and leaving it with Rex and his team? No. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Thank you, Rex. Regulatory.
Okay, so moving on to the regulatory activity, just first noting in response to the submission from Public Health South around smoke-free signage that the team is happy to work with and continue to work with Public Health South on this. That was specifically around updated signage following the work on Eskindon Street. And then there are 3 changes to the KPIs. The first is to add the Code of Compliance certificates issued within the statutory time frame. So this is in line with legislation. And then note 2 wording changes for clarification on the building consents and the non-notified resource consents.
Okay. Rhiannon, from my end, it seems to me 20 working days is quite explicit, and most people know that that means there can be pauses during that period if there are requests for information. So the 20 days doesn't actually mean 20 days, it can be longer. But building consents granted within statutory timeframes means nothing to most people around this table and most people in the public either. So what is that? You've got that in Y and Z. What does statutory time frame mean, and why is it different to the 20 days?
So this is wording change advised by the relevant team, so I'll pass this to the GM, Jonathan.
Jonathan,
so through yourself, Chair, it really is a matter of semantics. Yes, we all know that it is 20 working days, but the legislation refers to the statutory time frame. Theoretically, it could change, though it's highly unlikely to.
So it's just making sure the recommendation's in line with terminology used.
Correct. Okay, that's fine. Any discussion around those regulatory? Rangi?
Oh, yeah, just a question on that time frame. Is this an urban myth? But I heard that once someone mentioned it, once a question's asked, it resets the clock. Or, like say an inspector finds something.
Pauses.
There's a pause. It doesn't reset the clock. Okay, that's good. There's urban myth then.
Jonathan's nodding, which is what I was alluding to before, that if there are requests for information from either party, that does stop the clock, as it were. It doesn't go back, but it just stops it, because sometimes it can take more than...
Otherwise we'll ask lots of questions.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Any further questions on the regulatory matters? No. Moving on to democratic process.
So noting that these 3 recommendations under the democratic process relate to funding requests in the community area. So the first is around the new project that's planned for the top of Matapahui Bluff Hill, noting that funding request for further development work and advising the opportunity to apply to the Community Wellbeing Fund. Noting the request, which while it didn't have a funding dollar amount, was from the Multicultural Council for a migrant hub, and suggests that further engagement with a range of teams could happen before council can fully assess any requests for funding on that one. So there's just some suggestions really around the new hub, obviously, that the Saving Grace team is planning, which is going to work with a wide range of different communities, in South Invercargill, in which council is already supporting through this long-term plan, and suggested funding avenues to explore for a feasibility study. And then the third one relates to the Connected Murihiku project, which again didn't make a specific funding request, but just thank council for that work that it is already doing, providing governance support and administering the council, and noting that further consideration could be given to that in 24-25.
Thank you. Any questions in relation to those three, Tom?
On the Connected Murihiku, could I ask whether we have assumed for budget that we have continued to support Connected Murihiku in terms of the admin cost?
Yes, essentially that is assumed within both, within the democratic process activity, but then both the governance and the strategy teams.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the salary of the coordinator.
No, that is externally funded through MB.
Yes, it is, only for the first year. So that's why the question is whether whether it's appropriate to fund it beyond that. So my question is whether we have budgeted to fund it beyond that.
No.
We have not. Okay, thank you.
Any other queries on that? No. Moving on to corporate services.
Corporate services, this is around the council.
This is just
program.
a retiming of the IT program where there's been some delays, which meant some money has to be moved from the current year, so from 23-24 into 24-25. So this has no rating impact.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, Grant.
Yes, so it's actually not a funding increase, it's just a movement of funding.
It's just the moving of funding, because we don't have any carry forward things. As we have, if we don't have delays, we have to officially come to council and get them moved.
Rhiannon, deep breath, public transport.
Okay, so passenger transport. So this is your new item that was brought forward from infrastructure last week. So the team had put forward 8 options for your consideration to that committee. So those options are all included for you there. What is currently budgeted is the existing program with the existing fare subsidy. Now, obviously, we know that fare subsidy has been removed, so council needs to make a decision on whether you're going to meet that shortfall in some form. Now, there are lots of options in front of you, so I might pass to the GM of infrastructure she may have advice she wishes to give you. No, she doesn't. She's shaking her head.
Well, that could have given us time to consider the options.
Yes, all 8 of them.
Yes. All right, questions, Tom?
May I ask when the last time the fares were raised for the general public? My understanding of that is it's like 10 years or something like that. It's never had inflation added. Is that the case?
I need to go back and check. I do believe there was a change made from the $2 to the $2.20. I just need to refresh myself on when that was.
I seem to recall
but it hasn't been inflating every year. What I guess we do try to do, though, is keep in line with that national ticketing level, and where possible keep in line with the national fares as far as we can.
So, I mean, look, just expressing a view then, Chair, my view is that we should at least be cost neutral in this respect, that we should not continue the subsidies unless it's offset by some increase in the general fare. And if it has not increased for 10 years or something, then that would be a perfectly reasonable approach, I think.
Yeah, I think I heard you say in one of the previous discussions that, if the $2.20 went to $3 for argument's sake, then the other subsidies could still apply. Something like that. Yep. Any further discussion on that? Darren?
I guess one of the things to keep in mind with particularly those between 5 and 12, if there wasn't a subsidy there, that actually bus use would diminish a lot. So your numbers are going to go down. So there's that juggling to keep in mind as well.
I think, correct me if I've heard you wrong, Tom, but I think Tom's suggestion was that the very young aged fares should stay where they are at the moment, regardless of whether there's a subsidy or not. But that should not be a rateable increase. It should be subsidised by the older classes of people using the bus paying an increased rate.
I'd also just go back to the way it was before the government changed the rules,
Yep.
which would have the same impact.
Yep.
And it would still be free under 5, wouldn't it? It was free under 5 before that, so that would still apply.
Yep.
They reduced up to 12.
So can
Yes,
I
Leslie,
ask
sure.
the Deputy Mayor whether he's suggesting a combination of MM and GG, just to try and focus on.
Yep, possibly. I don't think there is actually a neutral option in there. All of them either cost us money or make us money, and I'm suggesting that neither should.
Well,
We should.
MM is saying that we have additional revenue. So MM is saying return fare levels to pre-March 2022, and it says additional revenue of 54,000. And then GG says retain free fares for 12 years and under, half price for youth from 13 to 18, and return adult fares presumably to the MM level, and that cost would be approximately 59,000.
So they're both the same.
5,000.
There's pretty much a $5,000 difference there. So what I'm saying is that what you're
You know, you're right.
is the combination.
Yeah. So MM and what was the other one?
GG.
G.
Say again.
MM and GG
So GG costs 59,000 and MM
has
saves
additional revenue of
54,000. So if we do a combination of the two, they end up as close to cost neutral as would matter.
That's what I'm saying.
So I would support. I mean, if that works, I would support that.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you for that. Any further discussion on this?
Where have we landed?
We've landed.
If my understanding is what staff will confirm is what we're looking at, that
Yep.
seems the most sensible combination.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but aren't we losing income on MM because we're not raising all fares to? I'm not averse to some sort of combination, but I don't think actually we're comparing apples and apples.
Yeah, I see what you're
because
saying.
there will be, if we don't return all fare levels to pre-March 22, then we do not include the effect of the subsidies because they weren't there.
Isn't GG just easier?
GG is easier.
Yeah, I think so.
So, whoever's going to answer this on behalf of the transport sector internally, I still don't understand the double M, because at the very end it says additional revenue is generated, but then it says equivalent to a rate increase. Well, if we're getting additional revenue, surely it should say equivalent to a rates decrease.
Could I suggest if council would like to explore the options in depth again,
Yep.
that I perhaps ask Doug to come down and then he can talk to those about you. Perhaps we could come back to this item following the next one.
Sure.
Through you,
Would
Chair,
that-
couldn't we agree that
Oh,
we would support a cost neutral option, which would allow us to move past this point if we move that, because that then deals with the budgeting side of it, and then we can go back to exactly what formula provides that solution.
Yep, sure. Yep, grant.
But that would be on the proviso of GG, which is retaining free fares for under 12 and half price fares for 13 to 18.
No, what I'm saying is that we should here agree that we would support a cost neutral option, which then allows Patricia to do the budget, because that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
But then we can come back, Doug can come back and say, well, here is actually a couple of solutions that are cost neutral.
Yeah.
Because none of the solutions in here are cost neutral. All of them are either saving or costing.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to point to is what are you trying to achieve in terms of the passengers for your 12 and under and your 13 to 18. So do we want to say to Doug, look, we want to try and achieve a you know, free fares under 12 and under 18, but we want it to be cost neutral.
Well, it's impossible to look at that and know.
Yeah.
What Leslie said, which sounded right at first, and Evelyn corrected, and Evelyn's quite right. As soon as you take those cohorts out of it, MM no longer looks like a,
No.
you know. So anyway, I'm just repeating myself. I think we should come back and look at how it would work.
Because
for
to
the
your,
purpose of this,
to your earlier point, if you adjusted the fares for inflation, you may very well be able to then offset the free fares for under 12 and 13 to 18 at 59,000. So to think that's what you're looking for, isn't it? We want to see
that's
inflated
one way of doing it. I mean, it might be that if you just take it up to the under 12s and don't do the 12 to 18s, maybe that offsets.
Yeah. But we're trying to incentivise, subsidy for younger people, if we can retain it.
Yeah, getting back to first principles. I mean, look, I just think government was throwing a subsidy. I don't think it's right for council to step into their shoes. No. So I think we should have a cost neutral solution.
So my overview of that is that it sounds like we want to retain the youth, how wide youth is, ability to have cheaper fares. The issue then becomes, do we subsidise it? Do we, on behalf of ratepayers, subsidise it across the board? Or do we go back to the post-government subsidy and have another look at inflation that might bring those adult rates up a little bit higher, which could offset them then? But Rhiannon, yep.
Just a suggestion on wording for a possible resolution. You could request a cost neutral option, noting a preference for retaining discounted fees for children and youth.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll move that, Chair.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yep. So I had Trish and Steve also.
I agree with what Gigi. I think that's where we need to go. And the work that Doug is doing, as you say, Tom, may only make things better. Once we look at other options in terms of different formats, because we wouldn't go back to making it worse. So if we work on this basis, that gives us a baseline, and then we go from there.
Yeah. Okay, Steve.
Oh, it just comes down to, for me, what you would have led with. I would have gone GG based on the statement I want to make to young people and bus users and general public, versus leading with a cost neutral. So if we can, probably to Rhiannon's point, I would have said go with a GG and then look at what the fare looks like with inflation adjusted post 18 years old, to see how close we can get to cost neutral. But I would have led with GG. Well,
that's one option, but the other option, of course, which I don't support, is that we don't increase the adult rates, we just subsidise it through rates, which in effect is just replacing the government subsidy out of a rate pool, which I don't support that. Pania.
Just to build on to that, just my probably concern would be if we increase the adult rates too far, well, why would they want to use the bus system?
Sure.
Sorry, literally it would be probably better just to use your own vehicle. What we're trying to do is attract them onto buses so that we can have less cars on roads.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Just have a pause for a moment while we.
It's a win-lose situation.
Yep.
It's not going to be cost neutral. Sorry.
Well, it doesn't have to be cost neutral. It will be if you make it cost neutral.
Yeah, that's right.
Still good.
Noting a preference, not up to the weather. Okay. Moving on, Rhiannon.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you want to they voted? They voted?
So moving on to number 8.
Have they voted?
Oh, okay. Somebody like to move 7 in with the amendment that we've got. Tom. Yep.
I'll second that.
Yep. With NN now included. Any discussion around that? No. Being none. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you.
Okay, so recommendation 8 deals with roadmap to renewal and other strategic projects. So the first one is just noting the funding request made by the Anderson House Trust for a part-time coordinator and advising of the opportunity to apply for funding for that role. B relates to the budget adjustment and just noting that correction from the error that was in the original agenda. This is just simply due to phasing of the work. So some work has been brought forward that therefore reduces the inflation factor, which is where that 800,000 difference comes from. C relates to the budget adjustment for Rugby Park, bringing the total project cost to 5.1 million. That's a $100,000 difference, again relating to phasing and reforecasting. D relates to the discussion as to whether you wish to change direction on Rugby Park. So I wonder if I move through the rest, Mayor, and then come back to D.
Yep, that'd be fine.
E just notes that whatever you decide on Rugby Park, there is budget in there for scoping the future home for sports precinct. That's what we consulted on in terms of that longer term option, noting that the work you've got planned at Rugby Park is maintenance related work. It doesn't address multi-use issues. F relates to the Bluff boat ramp and again is around a budget adjustment. This is due to actual budget changes within the project related to the complexity of the marine environment. Just noting this has no rates impact as it's funded from the program contingency budget. And then noting that a future paper, not to the 21st of May, but to a future Finance and Projects Committee, will come through on CCTV, and just that it's recommended that you note now that a further 101,000 operational expenditure will be required for the operation. So this is not for the initiation of the project, it's for the operation and dealing with privacy requests and operating the cameras and the partnership agreement, etc. That you should consider allocating room for that movement. And finally, noting that operational expenditure remains in the budget for a potential new arts project in the city centre. So that's just speaking to the submissions that you received from a number of different submitters around arts and how important arts was, and concerned about the removal of ACI. So coming back up to D. So the report speaks to if you were to change direction on Rugby Park. So just excuse me, councillors, if you could just bear with me while I go find the right page. On the page 27, 24 of my report. I'm still going. Okay, so as I've said, your work that you're doing on Rugby Park at present is maintenance work in order to stop further degradation of the building. You've had many reports through from the Project Management Office on the detail of that work. This report speaks to what would happen if you decided to stop that work. So essentially the reason that the implications are split into two sections is because if you made the decision to stop the work in the short term, you might achieve more revenue simply because the facility was aimed to be or would need to be closed while you did the upgrade work. So that is kind of an anomaly of a short-term impact. In the longer term, as the building degrades further, the risks to it being able to be fully utilised increase. So I will just pass to the GM of infrastructure if she wishes to speak further to any of the capital implications. No. So the report does have the full detail in there around what the implications were of which elements of the work pack can or can't proceed based on where contracting is at present, and the advice of the Project Management Office of the risks that you would be running if that work stops.
Thank you for that, and I'll just make some comments in relation to Rugby Park, which I have been involved with in the past. I think we are throwing good money away on Rugby Park. It doesn't have a future, and nor does any future park have a use as a multi-use facility. I think other cities in New Zealand are going away from that, and Rex has given us some advice on that. So if you think about the major sports that might use a park like Rugby Park, rugby obviously, rugby league in a very limited capacity, nothing from soccer, nothing from hockey, and summer sport unlikely to be cricket unless we somehow cater for that in a new build situation, and nothing at this stage for athletics, which are earmarked and to remain at Surrey Park. The issue then comes up of, should we fund a new facility for rugby, given that hockey and soccer, which are also big sports in the city, have unique venues where they had some support, but they were not totally funded by us. ILT and other providers came into the picture. So why would we totally fund a rugby fit out somewhere else? The cost effectiveness of risk, repair and maintenance, and capex around the re-strengthening, I just can't justify with the numbers around rugby, and having looked at Rex's paper on the future of the NPC, and delays were mentioned in there, Rhiannon, in the report about would create, if we delay it too long, we'd create further costs and degradation and to fully utilise. Well, the thing is, we've got this dream about it being a multi-sport facility. That's the dream. So that's the fully utilised. But in fact, we'll never have that. So I guess I'm just reflecting on it. And I think personally, we should stop pouring money into Rugby Park and have a sit down with the Rugby Park people, which I know Rex has done some tentative work with the chairman, and where to from here needs to be the thing. I mean, I get advice that more than half the people that attended the last Highlanders game were on free tickets. So that, you know, it looks good when you've got the TV cameras rolling across your game. Now, if we need to subsidise to that extent, we've got some major problems with our venue. And it probably requires us, instead of having 3.5 capacity or whatever we've got at Rugby Park, it probably needs to be at least half that size for a new venue. So that's my penny's worth. I'll just leave it there. Rex, do you want to comment? I don't want to comment. Oh, that's a change.
Rhea does.
Hey?
Rhea does.
Rhea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I wholeheartedly agree with you. This has been a change of how our community has been moving in terms of our future sports needs, and you know, I feel like we are tipping money into a forever leaking bath when it comes to Rugby Park. I'm not saying that we're not going to support the sport of rugby. We definitely should do that, but we could make better use of a multi-sports venue in the future. Look at something like the boutique ones that other centres are also having to face. Most of our kids coming into the next decade also, you know, they're participating quite highly in esports. They're not leaving their homes like my generation did to go play sport. I'm concerned that when I look at options here, C, D, I'd like to help all work on Rugby Park until such time as a scoping work comes back with the options of how we can improve our future sports multi-venue. I just think that we're doing a disservice to our community and our future generation to tap into what we currently do, because if we always do what we've always done, it's not always going to be right.
I've had some previous discussions with the rugby fraternity at their AGM, their last AGM, and it was interesting. We talked about reducing youth numbers in rugby, which is common for most sports with the exception of soccer. Soccer's the only one that's got gains at the moment, from what I understand.
That's right, yeah.
The other issue is the issue, as with soccer, that the clubs don't want to play on a centralised park. They want to play at their own clubs where they have a social function afterwards, and with that goes some building up of the club structure again, which tends to sag when you've got these national franchises, for want of a better word. And it helps them with their funding as well. Bars are a good source of revenue. Leslie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My comment would be if we go ahead with the 2.8 million planned for the scheduled work for the 2005 calendar year, we have a park that is closed for that entire year for the whole of 2025.
Sure.
At the end of that work, we have a single-use venue.
Yep.
It's not what we want.
Right.
We always talked about a multi-use venue. The conversation is now such that we would be pouring another 2.8 million into a venue that sadly we have not got much of a future for.
Yeah.
It seems to me, and we've all read the risk of further deterioration and so forth, but it seems to me that we are not at a stage where we go ahead with with that expenditure. Unless we have an actual plan for a great deal more multi-use of the facility, we're going to end up with an expensive single-use venue for a sport that, from various indications, might be changing its own modus operandi anyway.
Yep.
So there's a lot of conversations I feel need to be held before we pour that money in.
Sure. Yeah, couldn't agree more. For those who have been around long enough in Southland, and I guess we all have, we will have noticed the levels of trust funding that's gone into rugby as opposed to other sports. Some of those other franchises have greater growth in the junior ranks and have achieved better results. And rugby's historically got about twice as much money out of the ILT as something like indoor basketball or netball. And so they won't feel comfortable with me saying that, but it is a fact of life. And I don't think we should be lulled in, as Leslie says, into pouring money into that. I think we'll just throw the money away. Rangi.
Oh, I just can't resist a bit of history. 2015 March, Darren. Remember, it was a 5-4 vote to actually take over Rugby Park, for council to do that, 5-4. And the talk of the time was to get the other councils, our neighbouring councils, to partnership with us. And I don't think that's worked out that well. So, yeah. So, sorry about that, guys, but I'm not sure which way Darren voted, but yeah.
I am.
Well, I mean, you're right, Rangi, because, I mean, it's a little bit like the model for the stadium as well. The stadium, with its sports facility alone, is really a regional sports facility, and yet we're the only council that contributes towards it. And Rugby Park's not much different, I don't think.
Southland District Council makes a contribution to the indoor stadium.
Yeah.
It's not as large as ours. But
No. Rhea, we're back with you again.
Oh, sorry, I was just I was seeking clarification from Rex. So when I'm looking at point E, so I am correct, aren't I, that there is a scoping project and allocation of budget that's been set aside for an investigation, basically, to see if there's a better model out there in our community for rugby and whether we could propose a better use for Rugby Park. Am I correct in understanding that that's what that means?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, point E is just reconfirming or noting that there is budget allocated for a scope, an exercise to be undertaken to look at what we're talking about as an outdoor sports precinct. So further to the Mayor's comments about what may or may not support a multi-use type approach, and my desire is to obviously bring into that development of that scoping exercise all of the outdoor sports who may potentially need to look at what and how. It's really a continuation on of some of the regional work that's been done through the regional outdoor sports strategy, for sports field strategy and so on, but it's quite specific to an outdoor sports precinct approach, which we're seeing is also evolving across other parts of regional New Zealand. But yes, Ria, it allows that work to happen and for us to make an informed decision based on that work being undertaken.
And I guess the issue for you, Rex, will be, do we consult with Rugby New Zealand, Southland Rugby, when we do that, or do we go out to multi-sports on the assumption that we still have the dream for a multi-purpose one? And from what you advised us recently and what I'm seeing around the country, is that there seems to be a significant movement away from very large venues into more boutique venues. So rugby for rugby, soccer for soccer, not trying to get them all into one stadium to justify it. And for those who can't see him behind the pole, he's nodding. So, Grant.
Yeah.
Wearing your rugby hat.
Yeah. I think if you looked at the state of the game, across New Zealand, it's probably unwise for the council to make a significant investment in rugby park at this stage. However, I think, what in particular Rex and his team have done with the Waverley Sports Hub may be the future for how council can partner with a sport like rugby and soccer to provide some significant wider benefits around community good. So I think as a council, we'd back a horse that said we get community benefit and good and we get bang for buck, but it's unwise for us to think about a significant capital investment in a stadium like Rugby Park when the game needs to provide much stronger direction for us in terms of what its future looks like in a province like Southland.
Sure. Thank you. Leslie.
I'm prepared to move agree as the option D option.
Seconder for that?
I'll say.
Yeah, Tom, thank you. Anybody wish to speak to that before I put the motion? Oh, sorry, Evelyn.
No, that's perfectly all right. Just recognising that there will be cost savings or we're not going to invest, where is the point where our lack of investment impinges on the ability of the park to operate at all, which includes the people that use offices and other facilities within the park? And I recognise that that is the business of the trust, but it also means that there will be no income coming in, but there may still be obligations for cost expenditure and what that means for us.
So I might just comment to that because I've had some involvement, and Rex and maybe Peter can contribute as well if they want to, because they've got fingers in the same pie. My assumption is that the earthquake-prone issue is not an issue that needs to be resolved next year. It could be further down the track from a legal perspective. They just have a certain number of seats that they can't use. As far as I understand, the rugby union, Southland Rugby, are not using their offices in there. They have separate accommodation, which we help contribute towards. The supporters club do use, but when we think about if we stop and if we subsequently demolish, that creates a cost for us. But the flip side that we haven't identified yet is once we've done that work, which comes at a cost, which is to say no more, and we might demolish the existing stand, and that comes at a cost. What is the value of the land for resale purposes if you move somewhere else? And
not as much as the cost of clearing the site.
Yeah, don't know about that. Ringy.
My question is purely about, are you moving just about Rugby Park or that entire section, including G?
I just moved D so that we had the D situation sorted.
Right, yeah, no, that's good.
Number D.
That's good.
So any further? Oh, sorry, Ria.
Before you move all of the options, I think just on reflection on G, my wording is a little too soft. I need indication from you whether you are making that headroom for CCTV or not in order to add that into the budget.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Just want to acknowledge at this stage whether we agree or disagree collectively for number D, which is the stop the maintenance work at Rugby Park. So I've got a mover and a seconder for that. Oh, sorry, Ria, you wanting to speak to that?
Oh no! I'm
Not to D.
Sorry, I'm
All right.
getting ahead of myself and
Yeah,
saying
that's
yes, I agree.
excellent. So all those in favour of the motion, which is to agree to stop the maintenance work at Rugby Park?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Excellent. All right, coming back to the wider issue now, Rangi, you wanted to speak to that, as did Ria.
Yeah, gee, look, this the CCTV's been just encroaching. Started off with $700,000 under advice. Then I see now in the consultation document, it's got a budget of 2.3 million. And now, more concerning is this annual operational cost. Now this has got me baffled because I sort of know a wee bit about this stuff. And can someone please tell me what we pay for $100,000 a year? And now I understand it could be software, it could be, it's not maintenance. I don't think it's maintenance because that would be under a separate budget. Can someone tell me what the
I'll let Aaron come to that, but just before I do, I wouldn't expect that software would be an operating cost.
Can be.
Yep.
I was just going to speak to, I don't think Rhiannon's looking for us to delve into the discussion around exactly what those costs are for today. There is a paper that will be coming up separately around all of the detail of both the capital costs and the operating costs for the CCTV project. This was just making an awareness at this stage.
Okay.
Just to clarify, we do actually probably need a yes, you want it in so that we know we've got that much headroom in the rates so that we can go through the audit process.
No,
it
well,
could always come out later, which would lower the rates.
No, I'm not happy with that. Sorry. I mean, look, it's pretty straightforward. And this is the thing, is that this CCTV project is one of the ones that every time it comes up, we want more money, we want this. Look, sorry, it's got to stop somewhere. And this, to me, is the straw that broke the camel's back for me. To be aware of this. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a lot of hands up here, so I'll just make a comment to what you're raising, Rangi. The process, I guess, is that we'll get a paper through to finance and projects, which will then need to be approved by council, and that's the final step. There is the step of saying, no, we won't approve additional costs. Right, I had a whole lot of hands up there. Oh, sorry, Ria.
No, it's okay. Ringy in some part has actually asked a question that I was looking to ask, but then the clarification's been what that process will be.
Leslie.
Thank you. Page 28, we've got the paragraph on the CCTV that makes it clear there's going to be a much more detailed paper to Finance and Projects Committee on the 21st of May that's going to indicate a range of options. I don't really think we're in a position to do anything but agree to leave the headroom until we've considered that paper.
Yep.
Can I just clarify that's an error? We did hope to have it to the 21st of May meeting, but it's going to be the June meeting where that paper will come through.
Well, that's fine. That makes it even more, to my mind, necessary for us to leave the headroom if we're going to have a detailed paper that explains. Well, page 28 makes it clear there's currently 100,000 in the operational budget, and the indications are that there will be a requirement for at least a minimum of 201,000. We're going to receive more details as to why. I think at this point, until that paper is before us, that we can do nothing else than leave the headroom for the possibility.
Tom.
No, that I actually answered my question.
Yep. Where have we got to? Just some advice there, Patricia. Why do we need to agree or disagree to note something? We are noting it if we approve the whole suite, aren't we?
We need to agree to leave the headroom in to assist us through the audit process, so we don't have to make. With the late adjustment, would be pulling it out rather than adding it in. It's slightly easier from an audit perspective.
And for the rates increase at the end of this deliberations process.
Because at the end of today, we will have a rates increase for 24-25.
Okay. Any further discussions on that?
Well, could we just clarify?
Yep.
Is that 101,000 already in the budget that you've?
No, it's additional.
So
We
this
have
is
100 in. We need, and the indications from the project team is that they need 201 per annum for operating costs.
Okay. So I'm just keeping this golf score.
Jeez, I'm starting
Some
to get
things
a-
are putting up, so
I'm getting a golf score as well, 200,000 for an operational cost.
Mm.
We must be getting an awful lot of inquiries from the public to see what we take. Never mind, the paper will clarify that. So a mover and a seconder that we agree to leaving the headspace.
I'll move, Chair.
Yep. Is that you, Tom?
I've moved.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
Second.
Leslie seconded. Thank you. Right, that takes us back to the. Oh, sorry. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Yeah, I'm
Opposed?
against. Can I have that recorded? I mean,
Absolutely.
if you've got an approximate cost of 101,000, is a bit specific for me.
Yep.
So sorry, it's doesn't have any credibility.
Yep. Okay, hear that. We then have the whole suite of those. So for section 8.
Yeah, we need to move section 8 as a whole.
Okay, so a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it as a
Thank
whole.
you. Darren seconded. All those in favour that we adopt section 8?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Carried.
Okay, recommendation 9 is just a fairly straightforward one. It's just a note that all changes to the assumptions and projects that you agree in this report will be brought through to the infrastructure strategy.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Oh, sorry, do you have your hand up, Tom?
No, no, I'll scratch my head a bit.
You're scratching your head. That's all right. A mover and a seconder. Thank you, Darren and Leslie. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried.
Aye.
Rhiannon, going on to section 10.
I'm just seeing if we're breaking. Yeah.
We're just working through this as a long one.
Right. Yeah. Back to 10, right. A
So-
mover and a seconder I already have for 10. All those in favour?
That was number 9.
Oh, sorry.
Rhiannon hasn't taken you for number 10 yet.
Rhiannon, number 10 then.
So number 10 relates to the financial strategy, the revenue and finance policy, and the rating policy. A deals with the assumptions that you've dealt with above. B will be covered under 13G below. C relates to the request from Federated Farmers for a change to the Uniform Annual General Charge and the farming rating differential. So the report provides you details of the historic farming rating differentials. It sort of gives a view on the financial situation and recommends no change to those 2 items.
Discussions on those 3 points? No. A mover and a seconder. Darren, Grant, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. Number 11.
Yeah, I understand that South African will put a public excluded session at 12 o'clock.
How much more have we got on?
We've got 11, which is quite large, 12 and 13, which is the rate setting. It's still quite a setting.
Well, does it matter if they leave half an hour?
I think it was agreed that will come in at 12 o'clock. But
Yep, so we've got to a point now where we've got to 12 o'clock and Great South are coming in to do a submission, which is in PE. I would prefer that we just continue on in the next 2 or 3 sections we got, which are lengthy sections and get that out of the way before we go into PE. Otherwise, we'll be into PE and then back out of PE at a later stage. So while we've got it live and public are watching in, I think we just keep moving on, and if somebody can explain to Great South that we'll be delayed, that would be great. We've done that. She's in the back. Excellent. Waving there. Should go downtown and get a coffee somewhere. Right, number 11.
Recommendation 11 deals with fees and charges. So we will bring the fees and charges schedule back to the May council meeting for you to adopt at that point. So these are a range of either in relation to submissions made on fees and charges or recommendations as a result of changes requested by the teams. None of these require further consultation. So the first item relates to the submissions from ILT and Hospitality New Zealand around alcohol licensing fees. No changes are recommended, but if you want me to speak to the detail of the item, I can do.
Yep, I think I'll give Darren a shot at that, because I did see in the paper that came from ILT they were recommending something.
Yeah, so she trigger finger was going there. The ILT didn't want to see an increase. So the question that council faces in this issue is, do you want to subsidise alcohol licensing? Because that's what you're doing at the moment. You're running a negative reserve. It costs us more to do. And on a per licence application and renewal, it's not significant. You know, we talked before about some sports clubs wanting to encourage games back to their home grounds because they make money from the bar. It's a business. They make money from the bar. If they don't make money from it, they don't run one. So does the lady in Pomona Street who doesn't want to turn on a heater because she can't afford to need to be subsidising that operation? That's the choice that council has to make if you don't increase the fees.
So what are you telling me, Darren? Are you telling me that the no change should be some change?
Well, we advertised a change, and I still advocate in support of it, which was an increase.
The proposed fees were the increase, and we're saying there would be no change to the proposal. In other words, we're saying the increase prevails.
Okay, I'm with you. All right, any further discussion on that?
Is that on the alcohol or the whole lot?
Yeah, just on A at this stage.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, let you run through the others. And we'll
Okay,
take
so
questions.
moving on to B, which is the dog control fees. A submitter was opposed to the increase in the dog control fees that we consulted on. And just to clarify, all of these recommendations relate to the consulted upon items. So the report includes detail of where the revenue from the dog control activity is intended to be spent. We're not proposing a further change to the dog control fees as recommended. Do you want me just to go through all of them?
Okay. Yeah, keep going.
Again, there was a proposal from a number of submitters, including large developers, on against the proposed removal of the cap on building consent fees. The body of the report speaks to the reasoning, and the recommendation is to retain the approach, which was to remove the cap and review this again in 2024-25. D speaks to the Code of Compliance certificate review and suggests a change to the sign-off for the administration fee to apply only to consents over $500. So that's essentially at a lower level than consulted on. E notes that there's been a change to the building control MB levy, which needs to be reflected. That change has been made since the time of consultation. F relates to wording recommended change from the team around bathroom alteration, which includes the wet shower area fee description. So it's a wording change, not a change to the level of the fee. G relates to the update of the accessory buildings unlined and lined fees to include caps of as outlined in the resolution. Again, that is not an increase in fees. H relates to an update of the accessory buildings extension with a minimum fee of $500. Again, not an increase. I relates to a revision of the update to the site servicing external drainage sump fee to include a minimum fee. That was an error or omission. J relates to the update of the land information memorandum, residential single property fee description, wording change. K relates to the update of the LIM note for hard copies to reflect the 24-25 fee of $12. L is a revision to the amendment to the compliance schedule fee to specify a fee of $410 for up to 2 hours and a charge out rate thereafter of $205. Again, that's on a higher fee level. M is a revision to the copying charges, just to note that they were included in the corporate fees section but not detailed under the activity section. A revision of the update to the consent system fee description, again a wording, and a revision to Schedule 1 of the notification from an hourly rate to a flat fee, again resulting in no higher fees, and an update to the amusement device fee to $11.50 for the first application and $2.30 for the second application as set by legislation. So just noting that all those ones I've just run through, they are all relating to planning and building. They did do a full review of their fees, which is why there's more changes than would normally be expected at this point in the process. Q relates to the crematorium fee. So this is just to note, as the report body states, that gas costs have increased significantly. That information has come too late from the supplier to be reflected in higher fees for the current upcoming financial year, but it's just signalling there might need to be a significant increase in crematorium fees from 25-26. Request to the Community Wellbeing Committee to advise if they recommend further changes to the Coopers Creek rental fees to the 28th of May council meeting, noting there is a paper to the committee on that issue. The next one, revising the current membership options for the pool. Again, this is a wording issue for clarity for people using the fees and charges schedule. It is no change to the actual fee. That's the same for the one below, T. Sorry, Liz, if you can keep going. U is about, again, a wording change of the full learners pool hire fee. It's just a clarity of wording. V is again about the addition of concession fees. Those are reductions, not increases. W relates to an error that was made in the solid waste fees, noting that there needs to be a revision of 2 separate bin fees with 1 fee for additional bin set. This is because we don't actually provide a service for 2 separate bins. You have to get both of them. That was an error that was made. It doesn't increase the total fee cost. And finally, in relation to submissions made on the proposed water and sewage fees, body of the report provides detail to the issue as to the extent to which water fees are covering the costs of providing that commercial service, and happy to speak further if requested.
Okay, so just a couple of things to kick off from me. If we go back to the very beginning, I think, if Jonathan can help me out, just around the issue of the around C, no change to the proposed removal of the cap on building consent fees, and review this again in 24-25, because you made some mention, Rhiannon, about the building sector or the construction sector having some reservations about that. So before we agree to no change, just want to get a feel for what their objection was.
So the submitters that spoke to this issue were concerned about the impact this would have on large scale projects.
Yep.
They noted that they believed this negative impact would be coming at the same time as increased costs relating to earthquake strengthening, and the report speaks to that, as well as their point that the building control fees for ICC, in their view, are higher in comparison to other councils. It just notes, the body of the report notes that the way we structure our fees is quite different. So it's actually not possible to do that comparison. The way that we package the fees up is very different structure.
And moving on, if you can tumble that, just to the part about the Kippers Creek. Is Rex still there? Oh, Rex is there. So at this stage, Patricia, we haven't levied any increase in the leases to the residents at this stage.
Correct.
Correct. That's good. And just want to reinforce with Rex that we're taking time, I guess, to make sure we get this right. It's been ongoing for decades. And there are two key issues. One is the nature of the lease and the terminology around that, and the other issue is how we assess the dollar value of the lease around the land. So those seem to be the two areas that are of major concern to from what I can gather from the people living out at Kippers Creek. So that's a paper for this afternoon, but at the end of the day, it still may need further work from that paper, and again, it still needs to come back to council for a final decision. So while I'm always loath not to leave things in limbo, we've got to get this one right. Okay, questions about all that cluster? Tom?
Actually, I had two questions, Chair, and funnily enough, it's exactly the same 2 points that you were going to raise. But
that's scary.
Although I'm going to make a different point. So, the number C, I think it was, wasn't it? My understanding is that when we, as far as budget is concerned, I'm sure somewhere in this report it says that by removing that cap, we have not actually changed the budget at all. It says that somewhere in here. We've not assumed any increase in revenue.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's due to the fact that they can't forecast how many of those large consents that they would achieve. So just also a general point that might be worth raising, the fees and charges schedule has to be consulted on irrespective of budget implications, which are not forecast for everything where information is not available.
So if we were to remove that, it would have no impact on budget. So I think the point I was going to make was that, you know, when we get to public submission, we receive a public submission, which was fairly strongly worded. In fact, by removing it, if we don't do this, then actually there's no effect on budget because we have not budgeted to receive any additional revenue. Then I would have thought that was the sort of thing that we should be prepared to respond to. So that was the first point. The second point, again on Kippers Creek, and I know we're going to talk about it this afternoon, so it's not really a substance question. But Patricia, can you just tell me what have we assumed about future license charges for Kippers Creek? I mean, I know what we've assumed for next year, but what in the budget, what have we assumed for the years beyond that?
I'm looking at Jamie. We've added inflation. We have simply just used our inflation assumption.
Right, which is what, RPI or CPI, or how do we?
Which is local government cost index.
Local government.
And I presume we've used operational, so it's sitting at around 3%.
So it's inflated at 3% or something like that. Is that it? So it's gone up by 3% a year for the. Okay.
If I just wanted to make one comment here in relation to building control fees, you remember that part of that activity you've said that it needs to be cost neutral to council. So part of setting these fees now is making sure that we've got the right fee base going forward as well. So larger consents can cost more. So it can be, and currently is sitting in not quite a cost neutral position. In fact, I do believe when you see the performance come through next week at Finance and Projects, that they are not in a cost neutral position. They are in a deficit position in their things.
I think the other thing that Rhiannon raised was the issue of some variation between districts on how we apply these caps or non-caps. And we don't have to go too far back to remember the scenario with the mall and the cost of consenting the car parking, which is about $230-something thousand. And a similar car park in Queenstown was about a fifth of that. So, and I'm not here to bag off either situation, just when you're dealing with developers that might be running more than just an Invercargill, it's important, I guess, to have some sort of uniformity of approach. Ringy.
Look, the dog fee one, it's always a classic. I imagine the increase has been because of our cost to provide the service. Is that right?
Through yourself, Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it is purely cost based. So we just work out what it costs us to provide it, and then divide it, and then just that we seem to have one of the lowest dog registration fees in New Zealand by far, and which is good that we can do that. Nelson's $173 dog, Queenstown 85, Dunedin 109. The only one that can match us is Christchurch. So we are providing obviously a very efficient service at $60.
Yep.
So that's good to know that it's purely based on our running costs.
Given any surplus we have sits in a reserve specifically for that animal control stuff.
Correct.
Do we know the current level in that? Is that asking it too difficult a question?
It's too difficult. I'm just seeing whether Jamie's managed to pull it up on his computer. I've got a feeling it's around 100.
400.
Oh, 400,000.
That's healthy. So, as Rangi says, we've got one of the lowest, if not the lowest in the country, or one of the lowest, and we still have a very healthy surplus.
Just remembering that's also covering the town building as well.
Yep.
So
Understand that.
there is significant capital works planned for that pound building, which will use that.
Yep. Jonathan.
So through yourself, Chair, just I feel obliged to point out I've spoken to the manager for that area today, and the projects we have earmarked are actually to comply legislatively, so they are required. And once we remove those allocations, we end up about $3,000 favourable at this stage.
Okay. Thank you. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clark. Just X, no change to proposed water and sewage fees. With regard to the water, that was, so if we don't change the fees, then we're subsidising commercial use of water?
So this is the continuation of the start to the increase on water fees that you made in last year's fees and charges, noting that our charges are considerably below the cost to deliver the service. So you're correct. Yes, this is them being subsidised by other users of the service.
So what we're saying is there's no change from what we've already consulted on here, Councillor. So we went out to consultation with a significant increase, and we're saying we're staying with that significant increase.
Right, okay, cool.
Leslie.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the building consent fees, just to make sure I'm understanding. Page 32 of our papers expands on the capped fee and talks about other councils using a value of work approach, whereas in the past we've used square meterage up to the cap and then value of work. So in this period from when we propose to remove the cap, the intention is that we look at the value of work approach using our past records to see whether we should change to value of work. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm going to pass that to the GM.
So again, through yourself, Chair, yes, that's correct. As I understand it, the square meterage fee structure was put in place around about 2017. We need to look at whether that's continuing to be fit for purpose. That's a larger body of work which the team are engaged upon now. What I would say in regard to the cap is that it potentially provides council just with a bit of protection to be able to cost recover fully on some of the larger projects. We do consider ourselves to be the BCA that listens, and we have entered into conversations previously where people consider the costs are actually too high for their project. So we do retain that discretion if required.
So just as a follow-up, can I just ask Jonathan, how long do you expect it to be before that research is done, so you've compared our current square meterage up to the cap, etc., with the value of work, and is your intention to then come back to council with a recommendation?
So again, through yourself, Chair, yes, there is. As to time frame, they're currently engaged in tracking the fees. I would anticipate probably between 4 to 6 months at this stage. Certainly in time for the next round of fees.
That's what I wanted to know. So it would be in time for the next round of fees.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, given that response, would it not be sensible to leave things as they are until you bring in a new system?
Just for clarity, is that in regard to the cap or?
Yeah.
My understanding, based on what's currently projected, and of course we don't have a crystal ball, it will have negligible effect either way. But again, to my point, it just removing the cap provides council with the additional ability to fully cost recover should we strike a project that does incur a lot of charges.
No, but the point I'm making is that you have described the paper describes a new system which you hope to bring in, and you responded to Leslie by saying that you hope to be able to do that within the next 4 to 6 months. Which would no longer be based on what we are doing at the moment. So my question is, why would we change the current system, in other words, by removing the cap, when we're going to bring in a new system perhaps, and have to go and consult on that within the next 6 months?
Again, the option's open. You can retain the cap.
Just for clarity, we will consult on these fees and charges for the next annual plan. So you are running the risk that Jonathan's talking about for the 24-25 period only, of not fully recovering costs if you make the decision.
Okay.
So
the
only risk would be the possibility of a project we're not currently aware of suddenly arising in a very short time, because of course it can't be retrospective in any way. So it would only be in that 1 year period if a very large project arose. Otherwise, removing the cap is to some extent an academic exercise, because we're going to come back with further research. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Jonathan, so that would include Te Puawai, the housing development down south, the data bank that's about to announce where it's going to locate any aquaculture projects that get through the fast track process.
So through yourself, Chair, yes, there could be some potential impacts there, noting that Te Puawai is primarily residential development.
Yep. Okay, thank you. What's your thinking on that, Tom?
Yeah, look, and again, at the risk of repeating myself, we made a proposal, went out of public submission, get a very strong submission back in this one.
Yep.
We know that, in fact, we have not budgeted for any additional money coming in if we make this change, and we also know that we, within perhaps the next 6 months, are going to make yet another change in that system. So I personally would, move that we leave it as it is, subject to the next change in the next 6 months. Bearing in mind it's almost certainly going to cost us nothing at all, and we're responding to a strong public submission.
Sure. Jonathan? No, he's okay with that. Patricia?
I'll second what the deputy's just moved to.
Yeah, I got that
on
one.
the table.
We'll need a rewording there.
I think the rewording is remove the change to change to
maintain the status quo.
Maintain the status quo.
Yeah.
It's the next one up. It's under C.
C. Yeah.
Remove the proposed removal.
Removal becomes, you put two removals which cancel one another out.
Just maintain the status quo
Maintain
on the current fee.
Or maintain the cap.
Maintain the cap.
Maintain this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or maintain the current cap.
Yeah. No.
No. We probably need the building consent.
It would need to refer to
Yeah.
building consent fees.
Status quo on the building consent fees cap, and review this again in 24-25.
But there is no project large enough that's going to make any difference until we bring in that new system. That's what I'm saying.
So Tom and Leslie, mover and seconder on the amendment to C. Any further discussion about that?
Just a point of clarification, if I could. The review completed in 6 months isn't going to change the fees straight away. They change in a year.
Change the what, sorry?
The review of the process won't change the fees straight away. That'll give us reason to change the fees the next time we review it, so it's a year away.
So if there is those big projects, it's going to be a cost.
Yeah.
To us.
Well, except that there is no change. And there is no budget assumption about any new project coming, and we're not aware of any new project coming. So, anyway, we moved seconded. And
Right. All those in favour of that change?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Carried. Okay. Any further discussion about the cluster of issues that are raised there? No? Okay. Somebody like to move that we agree or disagree with the following changes to fees and charges? Yeah, Rangi?
I'll move.
Move, thank you.
I mean, I move to agree.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. A seconder? Grant, thank you very much. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Yep. Our lunch is after we finish 12 and 13. Rihanna?
Okay, 12 relates to general issues raised by different submitters across the plan which relate to more than one activity. A number of different submitters raised disability, accessibility and inclusion issues with lots of different examples across different council activities. So 12A just notes that council continues to work with the Combined Disability Network, which is a long-standing relationship and group that council supports. That accessibility matters will be coming to the the Community Wellbeing Committee at a workshop in June, and that we propose bringing a further report back in 24-25 on accessibility issues across the business. B relates to the fact that there were a number of different submissions on different range of environmental issues that didn't relate necessarily to specific projects or programs. They were more general sort of requests that council consider things like biodiversity, water quality, all those kind of things. So that's just noting that those submissions have been made, and this is an issue that you could look at again in more detail in preparation for the next long-term plan. And C notes that a number of different submitters raised the issue of land disposal. So this is just noting that that is a separate process that's not part of the long-term plan. There is a land sales assumption, and we're not recommending at this point any change to that assumption, but that again remains an open item through the audit process.
Any discussion on those 3 points? A mover and a seconder. Darren? Nod your head, Lindsay. Yep, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried.
Aye.
And 13.
Okay, so 13 then relates to all further adjustments that council has given an indication of being interested in considering either as part of this report or through the workshopping process. So before we move into them, if I can just note that B, you have made a decision above. So Patricia and Jamie have taken that into account in terms of the forecast rates increase that wasn't included in the 9.95. We need to add another line which is relating to the decision on the CCTV operational funding of 101,000 and the 0.14% rates implication.
So is it reasonable to assume, Patricia, that 9.95 will change?
So at currently, with the decisions that you've made today, what are we at 10.18 for 24-25. So based on the decisions that you've made already, that with taken together with some of those other things that we had that were discussed at the workshop a fortnight ago, that 9.95 is sitting at 10.18.
Rangi.
Look, I'm just a bit concerned about B up there. We're noting that we've gone for 6C, and I thought we just, that's not correct, is it? Did I miss something?
Need to update that. That hasn't been updated.
Yeah.
From your decisions.
That's what I just noted then, that we need to make that update.
Or it needs to be removed.
It needs to be axed, removed, cut and pasted, twinked.
Yep. So Patricia, come back to you again with B out.
Yeah.
Are you still saying it's 10.18?
Yes, because you've taken that decision already.
Yep. I'll open the floor.
I was struggling with this, Chair. We've taken far more out today than we've put in.
Yeah.
And yet we've ended up with a higher number. I don't.
Because, and this is because, councillors, we need to work through all those items that we worked through in the workshop in a public forum and make a decision on each item that needs to come out. So as you see, 13 agrees to the reversal of the 103,000 of operational funding for passenger transport to enable additional trips at the start and the end of the day. So that 9.95, we need to get down to that now. So what I'm saying is we're sitting at 10.18 from LOMO and CCTV. So now we need to go through and confirm that all the other things that you are happy to remove, all these other items through 13, and there is an alternate option which we've included, which is another thing that could be removed that would get us down lower again.
From
that hasn't been
10.1.
from 10.1.
But
But if you
end
but
up lower than 9.94.
it potentially could.
Yeah. It is, but it's not. But it might be.
But this is why we actually, this will take some time, Mayor,
Yep.
to work through, and I do wonder whether it would be an appropriate time to break. We have the public excluded aspect, which does impact
Yep.
on one of these decisions as well.
We made decisions on the way through, which, for example, removing the LOMO, and you've added that on.
Yes, yeah. So we've been adding this
those
on.
decisions that we said no, we won't do that. You haven't taken those off.
Yes, we've taken those off as well. You've LOMO. You've said we're taking that out.
Right.
You haven't actually taken the only thing you took out that was a saving was glass recycling, but it had no impact in the 24-25 year. Also, we took out Rugby Park. It has no rates impact in 24-25 because it's capital. And we actually need to do the 24-25 piece of work because that's to the extent what's contracted.
What about the climate reduction?
The climate reduction actually sits further down to get us down to that 9.95.
So you had already assumed.
We'd already assumed to get us to 9.95. So as you recall, that was one of the things we went through in the workshop.
Mayor, is it worth just talking through these items and then breaking so that you've got the full context?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that would be.
Oh no, I'll do it.
Yep.
Okay, so 13. So first of all, 13 is now standing at 10.18. So if you can change that, Liz, at the top where it says 9.95, we're now at 10.18. So already included in the 10.18 is the decision that you made above on the climate change fund reduction. And the reason it's already included is that you'd given us that early indication as part of the workshop. B was a new option, you've taken it, but as Patricia says, it doesn't impact rates for 24-25, but it will have a savings impact later. C is the operational funding for passenger transport to enable additional trips at the start and the end of the day. So this is different to the discussion that you've just had about being cost neutral on the fares because of the government subsidy removal. This is the item where we'd said we were going to run one more bus trip at the beginning and the end of the day. And again, the indication from the workshop was to look at removing that item that we'd consulted on. So again, that's within the 2.14 already because it had been previously discussed. D is the partial reverse of the 100,000 of the increase in the Heritage Strategy Grant Fund. So that would result in a higher fund than exists at the moment, which I think is at 180, but is lower than the 300,000 that was included in the budget. So that's equivalent to a 0.14 reduction in the increase on rates, and that is already baked into the 10.18 above. E is a withdrawal of 65,000 from the Community Wellbeing Fund, resulting in a $500,000 fund. That's equivalent to 0.09% reduction on the forecast rates increase. And again, that was indicated in a workshop as an item of interest, and that's included in the 10.18. F is a reversal of the 145,000 funding increase to Great South that you had earlier indicated and included in the budget, and that resolution there indicates the likely implications in terms of regional development for the region. That's equivalent to a 0.21% reduction in the increase on rates. And G finally is the changes to the proposed depreciation assumption adjustments, which is equivalent to a 2.8% reduction on rates. And again, that is included above. So sorry, F and G, both of those are already included in the 10.18 above. So that just summarizes all the items. And then just to clarify, as I have in the body of the report, of course, there may be other items that you want to consider as we go through the process. We've got 2 in there that are rates increases, so perhaps over the break we can add those. That is the CCTV 101,000, and that is the other increase, which is the LOMO coming out, so that's an operational expenditure increase. There may be other items that you want to consider taking out in order to get that rates increase down further, or to swap out for one of those items that you actually want to keep in the budget. The alternative that's spoken to in the body of the report is that you could make a one-off saving. This doesn't continue. It's the painting of the roof of the Doon Street Reservoir, which is 412,000. So it's a one-off reduction only for 24-25, so it doesn't help going forward, of 0.59% on rates. So hopefully that just provides a summary of recommendation 13.
Sorry, can I just ask, is G already built into the 10.18?
Yes,
correct.
G's already been built into the 10.18. Now, G comes with risk. Reducing the level of funding from rates of our depreciation means in an inflationary environment, which we are predicting we're going to stay with, a value of our assets will keep growing. It'll be growing at a level higher than what we are funding for. So we will get to a point, and we're actually seeing it with some assets, that we don't have that depreciation that we've funded sitting in our reserves to fund the replacement, and we're having to borrow for renewals. So that is dropping it by the 5% from where we had it budgeted is probably the lowest that I would suggest we consider dropping it. And we should be looking to increase it back up to 100% over the life of the LTP. But this is part of the pressure that's going on our debt funding, on our debt, because we are having to borrow for what for these types of assets, and that we need to repay it. And that's what is also factored into our rates increase, is that we are both rating for the interest on our borrowing and the repayment of our borrowing, because we need to keep that level down so that we have that capacity.
Yeah, just before I get to you, Tom, it would seem to me a simple way to bring the rates below 10%, which I know is a mystical figure that many councillors aspire to, and we get some flack for considering that, but it's still an important issue for ratepayers. If we did not paint the Doon Street tanks, our rate increase would be 9.59. Now those tanks have been a source of some public comment for a long time, because the tanks by nature are very difficult to paint. Just the nature of them holding water. Tom?
I found it actually quite difficult to follow what's already in there and what's, areas there are still opportunities. Am I right in thinking that C and D are not in at the moment in terms of we made reductions?
C and D are already in. This is us removing it. So this would us be taking away the additional. So when we went out to consultation, we had an additional trip for the buses at the start of the day and at the end of the day.
Right.
This is us taking that out.
Right, but at the moment, 10.1 assumes that we are doing extra bus trips.
No.
That we
So just
aren't.
to be really
That we
clear.
aren't. So you're
Yep.
assuming you've taken it away. And similarly with the heritage one, you're assuming that it's 200,000 rather than 300,000.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so there actually is nothing in that list that we can.
Those are your directions that
That
you've
this,
given us.
this is the directions from the workshop. Where we have added, since the workshop, you've added in LOMO, CCTV, and staff identified the Doon Street reservoir could come out.
Yep. And just to clarify, as I've written in the report, there are other items in the October and the December council reports, the ones that you added that you may wish to consider again. They were all on the list from the workshop. They weren't ones that you wanted to consider then, but those are all the ones that you can consider again.
Chair, there are obviously opportunities that we haven't discussed at all. And I don't know whether we will actually get the opportunity to do that. Obvious one, spend less money on consultants. So let me just give you that one. But there are obviously other ones which are operating costs that we have not discussed.
Yeah.
And how we do business, exactly right. How we do business as a council.
Ring.
Look, my question, Chair, is around what margin of error do we have? This is talking about G, a margin of error in our valuations. Now, obviously, if you're going to reduce something by 5%, but if you haven't got the valuation right, then that 5% really doesn't mean much. If you overvalued the asset, then a 5% reduction could, it's hard to work out whether we're being really risk adverse or taking risks. Because if you haven't got the valuation now, how do we work that out? I mean, you can't get it exactly right.
The valuation is undertaken on a regular basis, and actually for Three Waters, we have started the valuation process 2 years, 2 years since the last one. We would typically revalue our assets on a 3-yearly cycle. The level of inflation has driven us to, we did roading after a year, and it was still a multiple $1 million increase 1 year after we had valued it. And it is still the same water. We have factored in a significant increase again 2 years since the last value. Inflation's running it for these assets is running much higher than what we have seen in operation costs. So there is always going to be a plus and minus on a valuation. But from the need to retain prudence, then you have to make a call, and this is one of those key assumptions that we put in around asset valuation and around valuation of depreciation as part of the core underpinnings of the financial strategy.
And those valuations will be done on cost plus.
They are done on depreciated replacement costs. So what is the cost to replace that asset today, depreciated down to the amount remaining useful life of that asset?
So the net cost.
Yep, Leslie, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was going to suggest that I would be happy to move delaying the painting of the Doon Street Reservoir roof, and that perhaps after we'd voted on that, we could take the break that was indicated earlier.
Yep. So just want to confirm that the removal of the Doon Street painting brings it to 9.59.
9.6. Bit of rounding in there.
Oh. That'll cover the biscuits. All right, 9.6. And I take your point, Tom. There are other areas of the budget that are significant that we haven't even looked at.
Well, we're assuming no improvement in operating efficiency at all. All we're doing is either doing less or doing more. We're not assuming we're doing anything more efficiently. And I think we've got to get to that conversation.
Yep. How we do that and whether we can do it in this round is another issue. Alan.
I'm just looking at the the extra 103,000 for the bus thing. If we go back to that bus thing before, we go back to say GG or something, we were actually going to make that amount of money. If we were looking at them at the same time, would be perhaps a vote that we go GG, so that it actually covers that cost of the 103,000, which is
GG, it
was about 1.14%, which brings us back to 9.95. If you want to do that extra trip per day.
Well, I thought, as Tom quite said, I've lost a little bit of tracking here of what's happened. I thought we made a decision before that the passenger transport would be cost neutral, which means that we'd find ways to take the subsidy out. Well, not take the subsidy out, but not respond to the lack of a government subsidy, but find ways that it doesn't hit a general rate increase. And are you saying now that you've factored that in, or it's yet to be taken out?
Just to clarify, you were kind of both correct. So we have already made the decision about a cost neutral.
Yeah.
But that wasn't in, as I'd indicated. This list includes everything that was discussed at the workshop and is factored into the increase. So that is the additional bus trip at the start and the end of the day. And just speaking to Leslie's recommendation that we break over the break, we can take what Councillor Arnold has suggested and we can combo those two things together so that you're viewing them as one, and that's probably a good thing to do over the break to help your decision making.
Okay.
So I'll move the Doon Street roof painting is delayed.
Yep. Tom, sorry, Alan, you seconding that?
Back to that Doon Street Reserve, that does look, it's quite a big thing, and it does look quite shocking. I see it a lot of times, and a lot of people look at the water tower and they see the same kind. But I have always thought, why don't they just actually take it back to concrete instead of actually repainting it? That was just a thought. I mean, it's possibly a water blast that's required. As concrete, That's just a thought.
Yep. Rangi?
Look, I haven't got the information in front of me, but what is the predicted in our LTP, the predicted rates increase for 25-26? Just so that if we're doing these, trying to manufacture a number here,
25-26, before we've affected the impact of recycling? It was 9%, so we went 9.95.
Yeah.
9, 9, 7, 5, 4, 4, and then 3.5.
It's detailed under financial implications on page 38 of your report.
Oh, way down there. Okay.
Yeah, so reasonable to assume, Jamie or Tricia, that by taking the glass recycling out for a couple of years, there'll be an impact not next year but the year after?
Yeah.
A reduction. Yep.
So that will have gone lower.
Well, that helps mitigate any risk that we've got around depreciation or whatever. It helps. Evelyn and Michael, following that, and then we're going to have some lunch.
So just to the point of not painting the Doon Street Reservoir, because I'm a bit like Alan. Every time I go past it, I remember as it was bright and shiny new, when I could look at it from the top of this building as a 21-year-old or whatever I was. But is it a waterproofing, a evaporation measure as opposed to a beautification measure, or is it a preserving the infrastructure measure? And in that case, what implications does it have? And I notice that Ms. Mugan is not sitting there to answer me.
Yeah,
But I
look,
imagine that it has some implications for how much water actually evaporates out of the structure, but does it also affect the integrity of the structure if it's delayed too long?
We'll have to go and track Miss Mugan down to ask that question, but
sorry.
But it was offered up as a potential ability to delay.
It's a maintenance issue, but it's a non-critical maintenance issue, so it's not pure beautification. It is around just the safety of the building, but it's not urgent in terms of a critical asset.
Michael, the lucky last.
Yeah, thank you. Through yourself, Chair. I just want to bring us back to a little bit of process here, moving in items one at a time in relation to this process. When we're trying to do the rates impact at this stage, is probably problematic in relation to doing them all at once later. You can do them individually later, but if we did one before we went to the break, it makes modelling interesting. We hear the note that it needs to be included as a recommendation for later, and we'll get that noted, as do two other recommendations that have already gone through. I also think after the break we probably need a quick refresher on the process to date in relation to what steps have been taken in relation to, one, operational savings that have been worked through a number of different steps, A, when we went out to the draft, and B, when we've gone through that workshopping process. So we are on the same page. Doesn't mean other options can't be brought up as we go through the session after lunch, obviously, but I just want to highlight there has been steps that we've gone through already where that has been discussed. It's not so we haven't taken those on board, but I would caution on having any further discussions, given you've still got a PE item to discuss, one of the items that's in those recommendations, so I would suggest you do that before you actually then re-engage with the items again. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, okay. I'll get that. So we'll adjourn for lunch now.
Can I just note that the motion has lapsed for want of a seconder?
On the painting, we'll come back to that. We definitely will. Yep. Yep.
Lunch. An hour? For lunch?
Are you bloody joking? Back at Hubbard's one. That's any amount of time for you, Alan, to do the toilet and the free food. Put the motion to go into PE. Just a couple of things I've been reflecting over lunchtime. Tom, you raised the issue of personnel costs. I think it's probably too late for us to consider those in this current cycle. My suggestion to you would be that we deal with that on a finance and projects committee basis, that we ask for a regular report, be it quarterly or 6 monthly, that breaks down the personnel line to give us some indication of how much has been spent on contractors, consultants, lawyers, whatever. And then we could tackle it that way, I think. Having said that, I've been asking for years and we still don't have that data, but we need to have it. It's too big a line item to not be analysed from time to time, I guess. Ringy.
Tom and I were just talking over the break about those things, and I mentioned to Tom that we look at the cost of our service delivery, and the dog fees is one of them, and building fees and stuff like that. And if we look at the fees, and they're very reasonable, like we found it, then we've obviously got that staffing right, or the delivery of that service.
Sure.
Because otherwise you couldn't deliver it for that price.
Yep.
And I think they're an indication right through the whole regime that you look at the delivery of services, some of it's quite transparent.
Sure. I wasn't suggesting that the staffing level of personnel costs was where you'd want to look. It's the other things that sit on that line, which can smudge the figures, I guess. And the other thing that we haven't discussed as we've been going through is the potential in the next 12 months for additional revenue, which could be asset sales, land sales, increased dividends, whatever. So while it can look a bit gloomy at times, I think we have some potential going forward in the next 12 months that we possibly didn't have before. Darren.
It's just worth remembering while we look at contractor costs or consultant costs that generally those are tasks carried out because we don't either have sufficient staff in that area to do it, or people who have that skill set within staff, because it's not worth having someone with that skill set employed on a full-time basis.
Yeah.
So it sounds sexy, but in effect you can make the decision, but you've got to figure out what it is that you're going to stop doing.
Sure, I do understand that, but it is a big line item that we need to be mindful of. So we've got a mover and a second to go into PE.
Yep.
Yeah, the two of them. Two running together. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Carried.